Good morning everyone and welcome to this meeting of the Mid Suffolk District Council Planning Committee. May I first remind you all of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are turned off when not in use. Please do not interrupt other speakers or hold separate conversations whilst others are speaking. If you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Please ensure your mobile phones are on silent or switched off and that your laptops are switched to silent. I would also like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded, except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the Council to have consented to being recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. If you hear the fire alarm, leave the building immediately via a fire exit and make your way to the assembly point at Ipswich Town Football Ground. Follow the signs directing you to the fire exits at each end of the floor. Do not enter the atrium, the ground floor area and walkways. If you are in the atrium at the time of the alarm, follow the signs to the nearest fire exit. Use the stairs, not the lifts. Do not re-enter the building until told it is safe to do so. We now need some introductions. We have the Area Planning Manager, Gemma Walker. We have the, no, we don't have that person either. We have the Legal Advisor, Ian Dupre. Well, we will have case officers, some of whom will be presenting online and others will be in the building. We have governance officers, Claire Philpott, Mandy Smith and Alicia Norman. We may also have some ward members who may either join us online or in person. And we have the members of the committee who are sitting here. This is a new seating arrangement that we're trying, having the members on the opposite side of the room. So bear with us if we're all look a bit confused. So I'd now like to move to the agenda. Item number 1 is apologies for absence and substitutions. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Austin Davies and Councillor David Penny is substituting.
Thank you. Item number 2, to receive declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests and other registrable or non-registrable interests by members. Are there any to declare? Councillor Haddingham.
Thank you. Yes, on the third one, the Palgrave one, it's non-registrable, non-pecuniary. I know that some of the landowners.
Councillor Warboys, did you want to make a declaration?
I know the landowners in 2 of the applications, John Cousins and Edward Ling. I don't know them socially, but I am acquainted with them and I know them to speak to.
Just to say, if I can I be heard, Madam Chair, the 2 members have very properly discussed this with me before the meeting. In the absolutely strict sense, under our latest regulations, the Suffolk Code, that all councils in Suffolk have adopted under the Localism Act, it's only well, there's a pecuniary interest, which it clearly isn't. There's an other registrable interest, that's things like unpaid directorships and memberships of charities. It's only really, in the strict sense, a non-registrable interest if it's a quote, I'm quoting, I've got the wording here, a relative or close associate. But very often when it's a contentious matter with public interest, members feel it appropriate to declare that they know an applicant or a landowner or an objector, and that has been done. So I'm quite content members have done that properly and may remain in the meeting.
Thank you. Item number 3, declarations of lobbying. Are there any to declare? I think we've all been lobbied on items 2 and 3 recently. I haven't received any lobbying for item 1 this time round, but we did get lobbied a couple of months ago when it was on the agenda. So do we need to declare that as well? Yeah. So have we all been lobbied on items 1, 2 and 3? Councillor Penny, have you received any of the emails? And has anyone had any lobbying on the other two items? No. Right, have you got all that?
Yep.
Item number 4, declarations of personal site visits. Are there any to declare? No. Item number 5, confirmation of the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on the 16th of August. Now we've got a re-edited version in the late papers, which has had a couple of corrections. Am I right? Is that the?
Yeah, I did send an email yesterday. It was just a small correction, changing the word managers to members on one of the paragraphs.
And are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes? Councillor Matthews.
Yes. Yeah, it seems to be a regular one somehow, but the word renewables has been shortened down to renewal. This is electronic page 7 of the supplement of the late papers. So undoubtedly it should be energy and renewables integration scheme to be agreed. I think it's been copy and pasted from somewhere previously, area manager.
Sorry, I'm having trouble finding it. Have you got paragraph number, please?
It's in the, it's page 7 and it's in the reimpose the following conditions from the outline.
Yeah, I've spotted it now, thank you. I think we had previously called it the Energy and Renewal Integration Scheme, and that was probably the bullet point, and I think we've normally corrected that and confirmed it should be renewable. So that probably is how it's put in the committee report. So I don't know where we go to correcting it, but certainly condition-wise, it will say renewable.
Yeah,
Okay, I can
looking to the future.
I'll make that change, and we'll vote on it as with that change included.
And that's it. Any other comments on the accuracy of the minutes? Could I have a proposer, please, to Councillor Hardingham? And Councillor Hardingham, are you seconding the minutes? Do we do this as the electronic vote? Or do? Yeah, we'll do this as an electronic vote, please. So I will. The Governance Officer will now conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, members. That vote is now in progress. Thank you. Councillor Penny, are you... Oh, it's okay, it's just come through as an abstention. Sorry, thank you. So that's 7 votes for and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So the minutes of the meeting have now been confirmed and will be signed at the end of the meeting. So item number 6, to receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have received a petition in respect of application DC 2302118 with 75 validated signatures. The petition reads as follows. We, the undersigned, petition the Council to refuse the ENSO Free-Go planning application DC 2302118. Planning applications must be decided according to the local plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. This proposal is identical to the one which was previously refused by experienced councillors by a substantial majority vote, 6-1, in order to protect the best and most versatile land for the optimum purposes of agriculture and to protect the landscape character and visual amenity of the valued landscape forming part of the designated special landscape area for users of the public right-of-way, community and tourists. In both respects, the proposal was contrary to the local plan as well as the national planning policy framework, and the councillors evidently did not consider that there were any other material considerations that indicated that planning permission should be granted. The local plan still affords those same protections, as does the MPPF. New publications and guidance by the government still do not override the local development plan, environmental concerns and the concerns of the local community, and so no new material considerations have arisen since the previous refusal that would warrant a change in decision. Local development plans compiled over many years and tailored to local conditions are there to reflect the wishes of the local community and ensure consistency in planning decisions. The Mid Suffolk Local Development Plan still provides those same protections to BMV land, landscape and amenity. However, this application could also be refused in order to protect the setting of heritage assets, namely the Grade 1 listed St Mary's Church in Floaton and non-designated heritage asset of Floaton Hall, protect surrounding areas from increased risks of flooding, namely the area of Floaton Brook, to protect skylarks, which are a legally protected bird, to protect the amenity and safety of public right-of-way users, including horse riders, from glint and glare, unacceptable noise levels and fear of harm due to high security fencing hemming in the footpaths and bridleways, and to protect public safety and prevent harm to the environment from pollution in the event of a battery storage thermal runaway fire event. These are also all valid and material planning considerations for refusal. This is an identical application and the planning rules and guidance remain unchanged. The only change is the political makeup of the council and the planning committee. If the planning committee decide to override a legitimate, substantial majority decision, it will clearly be due to political reasons and not a change in planning policy of substantial change in the application. As such a dramatic change of decision on political and not planning grounds would endanger all future planning decisions as being tainted by political rather than planning considerations. Please protect this countryside and the integrity of the local development plan by refusing application DC/23/02118. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the list of cases, and we will stick to the order as printed in the agenda. So our first application is DC 2302-118, land to the south of Church Farm, Somersham, and land to the east of the Channel, Birstall. And I will now invite the case officer, Bron Curtis, to introduce the application to the committee via Teams. Thank you. Welcome, Bron.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. Thank you very much. So I'm going to just set out a few points of context because this is a slightly unusual situation. As you just heard from that petition, this application is a duplicate of an application that was determined by the committee back in February. It is a solar proposal. It is a cross-boundary application, which means that the application site straddles the administrative boundary between Baber and Mid Suffolk districts. The application that went, so the applicant in that circumstance has to make 2 duplicate submissions to each determining authority. The authorities have the choice under legislation to delegate their powers of determination from one authority to the other. In this case, neither council chose to do that, which means that each must make their own decision on the application, and the applicant needs both decisions to be granted in order to proceed with the development as is shown. The original application first went to the Baber Committee in February, 8th of February, and that was granted planning permission. The following week, on the 15th of February, the application came before the Mid Suffolk Planning Committee and was refused for 2 reasons: the impact on best and most versatile agricultural land and the visual impact of the development. You have then also had this application scheduled for your meeting on the 21st of June. That was subsequently pulled from the agenda because we had identified an administrative oversight in terms of notifying the Secretary of State that it was EIA development. That has now happened, and the relevant statutory period has expired. But at that meeting on the 21st, you did consider another part of the recommendation that was in that report, which was to do with the appeal. So in the intervening period after the refusal, the applicant exercised their right to appeal that refusal to the Secretary of State. That appeal was running, and we took instruction from you once you'd heard advice from officers and from legal counsel on how to proceed with the appeal. That information that we gave you included a summary of relevant appeal decisions that had been made since the February decision. That document has been updated and can be found in your tabled papers in respect of item 7C on page 29 of your tabled papers. It's very similar to what you saw in June. There's been about 3 additional decisions which I've added to that, and some of those decisions are those which are cited by the objector in the tabled papers for item 7C, which is why it's in there. What's also relevant to all 3 of the solar items, 7A, 7B, 7C, as well as that summary of appeal decisions, because those are relevant to all, and I'll let my colleague speak to those in respect of item 7B if she needs to. But you also have, as an appendix to item 7A, a copy of the full appeal decision for the ENSO appeal. So that is the decision of the planning inspector to the appeal against the refusal that the committee decided on at their meeting on the 15th of February. So you can see that the appeal was allowed and planning permission has been granted for that scheme. So as it stands, the scheme that I'm about to present to you has got the benefit of extant planning permission from both Baber and Mid Suffolk by virtue of the planning inspectorate for the same scheme, but just under different references. So the applicant has a right also for what we call a free go. So the submission of the same proposal by the same applicant on the same site within 12 months of a previous decision. That is a right that all applicants have. We call it a free go because there's no planning fee charged with those submissions. So that's why you will see that terminology used in respect to this application. Also in your appendix, I've written a summary document which just picks out some of what I considered to be quite interesting points of the appeal decision, but you've had the benefit of reading the whole thing, no doubt. You may also have seen, well, you will have had circulated the costs decision that went with that, costs awarded against Mid Suffolk because of the decision. Just picking up, sorry, before I get into the presentation, there's just a bit of context. So just picking up a point that came up in the petition that you just heard read out. Decision precedent is material. So the previous decision is a material consideration, but as is the appeal decision, and as are other appeal decisions and other changes in circumstances, which you heard at the meeting on the 21st of June, and which I will repeat to you very briefly in a moment. You may depart from a previous decision, but the reasons for doing so must be clear and must be justified by what is different in the circumstances from that previous decision. So what I had explained to you at the meeting on the 21st, and what is in that summary of appeals decision and in your report for this application, is that there are circumstances in terms of government publication, Powering Up Britain, etc., and appeal decisions which set the tone for the direction of travel for solar development for the country, which are material and officers consider are significant enough to restate the original recommendation to grant permission. So that's where we are. Let me show you the slides so that you can see the scheme and refresh on what the proposal is and where it is. So, application site, which is this sort of Y-shaped parcel. It has access from Churchill Birstall and is then adjoined by highway called the Channel, which comes up from Floaton, and then that road turns onto Tie Lane, which you can just see on the top there. And you can also see here Bramford substation, National Grid substation, and also the compound for the East Anglia 1 substation and the East Anglia 3 converter station under construction. That is just a more simple layout of the plan. You can also see a bit more clearly on this plan where Floaton Brook lies along that western boundary, more or less along the route of the Channel Highway, which you just heard about in the petition. Constraints map, so the site is within the designated special landscape area. There is also an extent of flood zone related to Floaton Brook, and you can see the rights of way network which cross close to and through the site in terms of rights of way and bridle way. This plan shows the best and most versatile agricultural land classifications. So the colours show the different splits of grades, with blue being grade 2, the darker green being grade 3A, and the lighter green being grade 3B. So you can see for them, and this also has the administrative boundary on, which is the black line. So you can see that this parcel here is in Mid Suffolk. The rest of the site is in Baber. The cable route, which is undergrounded, is in a little bit of both. But you can see that for the purposes of the Mid Suffolk extent of the site, we have grade 2 and grade 3A. So that is all best and most versatile land. Just a bit more detail on the special landscape area designation, so that you can see the Baber designation there in green and the Mid Suffolk area relating to your policy CL2 in blue. I've included this slide because this application is EIA development and was screened in on the basis of the potential for cumulative effects given the other proposed developments that are currently in with planning at the moment. So the site that you're considering with this application is this Y-shaped parcel here. This cross-hatched parcel is an application known as either Stackcraft or Grey Barn, which sits just a little further up Tie Lane, but obviously adjoins the site here, as you can see. And this hatched site is the EDF site, which is actually your item 7C that you'll be considering later this morning. And you can see how they sit overall in the landscape relative to the communities. This is the plan that shows the layout of the development, with it split amongst 3 fields, 5 and 6 being predominantly Baber, and 4 with a tiny bit of 5 being in Mid Suffolk. You've also got a compound for battery storage and substation etc. equipment with this proposal, so there is battery as well as generation. You can also see in this plan the routes of designated rights of way, but also permissive routes, that's the pink, and permissive bridle way, which passes between fields 4 and 5 and then down to the channel. A bit more detail on the layout there, and you can see some of the landscape mitigation, layout of the substation and battery storage complex, a bit more detail on landscape ecology enhancement, plans of the solar strings and the other equipment. I'm going to rattle through this a little bit because I know you've seen it a couple of times, but do let me know if you want to go back to anything. An example of the fencing, so the majority of the site to be enclosed by stock-proof fencing, and the battery compound to be enclosed by slightly closer gauge wire mesh fencing for security purposes. There was some concern raised about the visual impact of those fencing enclosures. So just going through the photographs, the access there from Churchill Birstall, you can just see a sign here for an ESCO, so there is a battery storage development that has been constructed which uses the same access and is close to the site for this development. This is a view from the channel on the west side of the site looking towards the site, so you can just see the incline of the site above the road and the river. You can just see this culverted section where the river runs down in that channel there. This is the main view from the western side. The rest of the site is pretty well screened and enclosed by mature vegetation. The road is very narrow. There's not really a lot of opportunity for other views except for this field access, which is also the permissive bridleway route. And then turning round onto the channel on the northern side as it comes round the bend, this is a view from the right of way. You can just see the finger post there. So looking towards the site, southwest, the field 6 being at the top behind the trees there. And then just turning round so that you can see this field in the foreground is subject to the Stackcraft proposal, but in the background behind that field would be where the rest of the development would be, where the battery storage and substation compound is. And then some views from the rights of way through the site. You can just get a sense of the enclosure of the site, and also some of the other features in the landscape, such as the pylons, etc. And some of the wider views, so from the rights of way looking northwards. And again, slightly wider views coming out further from the site so that you get a sense of where the site sits within the landscape. Was asked to include this last time, so I'll just go over this again, that we have the expectation of the development that would be that it would produce the equivalent electricity usage for approximately 7,500 homes each year and save just over 6,000 tonnes of CO2 each year. That is the end of the presentation.
Thank you. So are there any questions from members? Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there's two things, perhaps we'll take them one at a time. I wanted to just understand exactly what the administrative oversight was and what the consequences of that were. That's question one.
Okay, so the application is EIA development, and so it is necessary to consider the provisions of the EIA regulations in terms of the processing of such an application. Regulation 19 of that legislation requires that we notify the Secretary of State of any EIA development so that they have the chance to review and consider whether they want to step in and take any action. And then a subsection of Regulation 19 says that we can't make a decision on such an application until 6 weeks from the date of that notification has passed. And we hadn't sent that email. That email was subsequently sent around I think it was around the 19th of June. So the 6 weeks has passed, and we've had confirmation of receipt from the Secretary of State and that they're not taking any action.
Was that okay? Would you like your second question?
Yeah. The other question. Can we have a look at that slide 7, which is the other, well, it's effectively the one that's on the screen, only we need to get it a bit bigger. Oh, that's it. The question essentially was whether the this is about the sort of cumulative impact. The status of these schemes, the other schemes, and whether that situation has changed. Well, I suppose the important one will be between June and September.
The main material change is that the existing site now has planning permission granted from both, effectively both authorities. So the Baber permission outright, and then the Mid Suffolk permission by virtue of the allowed appeal. The Statcraft Greybarn application remains in and under consideration. It's not at a particularly advanced stage in terms of responding to original consultation, so we're expecting further information from them and a further round of consultation before it is in a fit state to be presented to committee. The EDF site is your item 7C on today's agenda.
Does that answer your questions, Councillor Matheson? Does anyone else have any questions? Councillor Penny.
Do you agree that there is potentially enough rooftop space to provide the government's target of 70 gigawatts as required in the Power Up Britain document?
That is a really difficult question to answer, because it's not just about the amount of roof that might be available, but the capability and the structural integrity of that roof to take solar, and also then what happens with that solar generation in terms of whether it's on-site consumption and storage, or whether it's feeding to the grid, because there's plenty of roof that's not as well connected as it might be. The Powering Up Britain is clear that ground-mounted solar plays a part in achieving net zero, and that the expectation is a 5-fold increase in the existing installation of ground-mounted solar to 70 gig by 2035. Just to put that into context, the current land take for solar at the moment across the UK is about 0.1% of land. If we achieve the 70 gig, that will take it to about 0.3% of all land in the UK. Putting that into other context, about 50% or so of the land in the UK is used for farming. And actually more than 0.3% is used for golf courses. And that always seems a little bit of a sort of a funny comparison, but it's a fact that there is more land in use for golf courses than there is currently or would be with the net zero targets covered by solar.
Do you think when the 0.3 figure is reached, then no more solar ground-mounted solar applications will be allowed?
Again, a difficult question, because you're asking me to talk about government policy, which I don't play any part in. I just use it as a tool to do the work that we do. It may be that when we get to the target of 70 gig, if we get there, that we're looking at what the net zero and other climate change statistics are at that point in time, and we need something else. It's a fact that we haven't had any new offshore generation installed this year or permitted this year. That's not on target with what the government objectives are. So there is a mix of energy security, and solar is part of that, but there's plenty of other micronuclear, hydrogen and offshore wind, as well as onshore wind. So I think that's too difficult. Sorry, I'm not answering the question because it's too difficult to answer precisely.
In Suffolk, once we reach the 0.3, a similar question, and at what percentage locally are we at now?
I don't have the statistics for Suffolk. That was asked earlier this week, and I did try and find out. I was speaking to colleagues at County who are dealing with Sonica to see if it came up in their discussion. We don't have that information available. It's probably something that we can do a bit of maths on and find out for another time, if you'd like us to. I think the thing to remember is that the targets are not set on a county level. Net zero is a national objective. And there are parts for all communities within the country to play in that. The energy generated by this particular proposal and the other two proposals that you're going to be seeing this morning are to be connected to the distribution and transmission network. That means it will benefit everybody that is plugged into the grid, wherever they are in the country. There are schemes that, as I said earlier, might have consumption on site and storage on site. That's possible. There's plenty of people that have solar on their own roofs, and they generally use the energy generated for that for their own purposes, with a little bit of feeding perhaps. But on these schemes here will go into the grid, so they have the benefit of powering homes. In this case, we have around, I think I said 14,000 homes. Putting that into context with the communities that I hear, the communities of Bramford, Birstall, Floaton and Somersham put together are around 1,100 homes. So you've then got plenty of that generating capacity that might go to schools, hospitals, businesses. There's no way of controlling the consumption unless you are directly plugged into the source of generation. It goes to the grid, and most of us are connected to the grid.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham.
Just to put a little bit of context around the amount of land being used, and to have a look at the best and most versatile land as well. We're looking at constantly comparing the amount of land being taken up by one of these solar farms with the total agricultural land area in the UK, most of which is going to be grade 3B, 4, 5. So could we have a look more closely to what the area of grade 2 or 3A land is, which is the land which really produces most of the food and the calorific value that we eat and rely on.
So I can refer you to the ENSO appeal decision that's in your appendix, and I've given a bit of commentary on that in the report that you've got for this item, because it's the same scheme, in which the inspector describes the way in which agricultural land classification is understood. So we have the information from DEFRA, which is very general, it's at a very large scale, and it's not particularly qualified or detailed. You can see from the report that initial information was telling us that something, and then you get site-specific soil surveying and sampling, which then gives some more precise detail about the makeup of the site. Because the majority of Mid Suffolk is grade 2 or 3, the inspector says that, so around 97%, I think he says, is probably best and most versatile, or has the potential to be, because it's grade 2 or 3. So this is actually a really tiny proportion of that overall amount of land that's in Mid Suffolk as BMV.
Any further questions from members? Councillor Elkin?
I just wanted to follow up. I think Councillor Hardingham's point was that sort of Suffolk is blessed with quite a lot of high-grade agricultural land. So the fact that it's only the fields that we're looking at is a relatively small portion of Suffolk's best and most versatile land. We've actually got a decent chunk of the UK's BMV land, I think. So I think that was the point, if I've understood correctly. So that would be a useful statistic to know. But my question was, when in your presentation you mentioned that obviously colleagues previously have refused permission for this, and you said that for us to find differently, there needs to be a reason, something needs to have changed, and obviously the appeal is one key issue, but I just wondered if you could highlight for us in your mind what you think the key changes are between when this was heard last time and now. Thank you.
So I've summarised those for you in the report, in the principles section, and the key differences since the decision that was taken in February are the publication of Powering Up Britain and the energy security strategy that's included in there, which restates the 5-fold increase in ground-mounted solar and the 70 gig by 2035 target. And then a series of appeal decisions. So I've picked out some which are probably most relevant, which are in your report, but also in your tabled papers at page 29, I've updated that summary of other appeal decisions, some allowed, some dismissed, but which give you the context of how the mood nationally is going and the direction of travel for solar decisions. And you will remember the advice that you had from Council in respect of those decisions when we were considering how to proceed with the appeal against that refusal. So all that information is before you again today. The other thing that is worth noting about BMV, which I've detailed in the report, is that the application is for a time-limited permission of 40 years. There is the capability of the site to be used. There is a new term, agrivoltaics, so a concurrent agricultural and generation use, so for grazing basically between panels. That is possible. There was also, the inspector found the evidence of the agricultural land witness at the inquiry to be very compelling in terms of the benefits of the development to the ongoing safeguarding and quality of the soil. What they concluded was that actually the development, taking it out of active production and just keeping low-level grazing as well as the development, would improve the soil quality and maintain that for future generations at the end of the development. So the recommendation before you includes the time limitation on the planning permission, the decommissioning and reinstatement of the site so it's returned to its existing state, plus the retention of the biodiversity net gain and landscape mitigation improvements. but also a soil management condition, so that we can control an assurance of the quality of the soil across the lifetime of the development and at the end of the development.
Thank you. I think it's just, well, for me, I'm sure for all of us, it's sort of the various appeals. Some are finding in favour of protecting BMV land, and some are prioritising powering up Britain and the need for more renewables, and there's a mix of both, so there isn't, as you say, the direction of travel seems to be favouring renewables over BMV, but it's not 100% clear cut, so just in terms of being sure we have that that difference that you said we need to look for, so thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, I'm trying to get my head around this particular application. My understanding is that they already have permission for this site for the identical application we're now looking at. So why hasn't the applicant withdrawn this free go application, or we requested of the free go application? To me it seems a bit irrelevant, this discussion today, because they have the permission.
If I may help on that, you're quite right, Councillor Lawrence. The applicant has planning permission given by the Planning Inspector, Secretary of State, but, well, strictly speaking, it's still, in theory, vulnerable to a possible legal challenge in that for a period of 6 weeks, I'm just looking at the date on the appeal, 29th of August. So for a period of 6 weeks, 42 days, there's a theoretical possibility somebody could bring a High Court challenge to it under Section 288 of the Planning Act. And I think, doing some rough maths, that takes us to about the 11th of October. So I suppose it's worth their while, given that this application is some time overdue, as it were, and it ought to be determined by the council, that it is worth their while not to withdraw it and to for this meeting to occur to determine it.
You can come back.
On that basis, then, is it worth referring this decision on this particular application until after that date?
I would advise not. I'm sure Bron would concur with that, that the council has a duty to determine planning applications that are made to it. There's often, and there are time limits, and we often go well beyond them with or without the agreement of the applicant, because particularly when they go to committee, we have to prepare them. We have sometimes have a queue of applications. Committee doesn't meet every day. So I think I'll hand over to Bron in a moment, but my advice is it's our duty to determine it, and this is we had a delay. We were hoping to determine it on the 21st or 23rd of June. Yeah, indeed. Well, on a previous date, and we had because we realised there'd been an administrative error, we had to advise to defer it. So I think my advice is we ought to go ahead, and I'll hand over to Bron in case she has any.
And it's not that unusual. We have had other cases similar at Mid Suffolk Planning Committees, but I guess it's up to the applicant. Yeah. It's their decision. But maybe Bron can enlighten us.
Thank you, Chair. Not a great deal to add. Mr. Dupre's covered it really. They are within their right to make this submission. We get it quite commonly. It is often known as twin tracking, where you have two schemes which are either the same or very similar. Applicants are within their rights to make as many applications to us for the schemes. Sometimes they are alternative schemes that they just are choosing between if there's something slightly different. In this case, there isn't anything different. I wouldn't advise delaying the decision on this. There's no reason to do that in my mind.
Thank you. Any further questions from members? If not, we'll move on to the public speakers. And I think we have first Bramford Parish Council, Caroline Walton. If you'd like to press the button on your microphone, and you've got 3 minutes, and I will time you with my high-tech timer.
Left or right? There we go. Okay, thank you. Bramford Parish Council have reviewed this application and understand it's identical to DC 20-05895, which at Planning Committee meeting on the 15th of February 23 was refused permission by a large majority of the panel, including 2 councillors here today. Promptly Enzo registered both an appeal against the decision and this identical application. Then the elections happened. We hoped the new Green Party Majority Council would support our fight to protect some of our finest farmland and special landscape area as laid out in their policies. Disappointingly, democracy was pushed aside and closed meetings and poor communication followed. Mid Suffolk District Council and the Green Party abandoned its communities, stating that it did not wish to defend the reasons for refusal and therefore did not object to the appeal application, resulting in the appeal being allowed and the planning permission being granted. As you have heard, the inspector subsequently allowed the appeal, granting planning permission, but not without condemning the decision not to defend it. He stated the original refusal was reasonable and for valid reasons, but the reasons for not defending that refusal were unreasonable, awarding full costs against the council. Bramford Parish Council are extremely disappointed in the outcome and still urge you to refuse this application and stand fast with your previous decision. As a result of your decision in the appeal, even the inspector hinted at your predetermination of this application for approval. We ask that you follow the advisory comments of the appeal decision, ensuring all the conditions recommended by the inspector are actioned as part of this application to protect our environment and community. We particularly wish to see the Skylark mitigating strategy implemented before any development work commences. Bramford Parish Council accepts the need for and supports renewable energy, however, not at any cost and disregard to the community hosting it. Bramford is being consumed by development and now threatened by solar industrialisation by the number of proposed energy projects dominating the surrounding landscape. These will have a devastating effect and at a huge cost to the local environment. No attempt has been made to ensure solar panels are on the rooftops of our multiple large industrial units and new home developments nearby, yet it appears it is okay to remove the best and most versatile land from our crop production to provide more power. We can survive with less electricity, but not without food. This does not follow the Green Party's new energy policy. The environmental impact and loss of agricultural land caused by this application appears disproportionate to the amount of energy being produced. The loss of 35 hectares of greenfield arable agricultural land in the Gipping Valley Special Landscape Area, most being best and most versatile, to power only 7,500 homes is madness. This application undermines government intent to protect such land. National policy states this should be avoided for development and lower quality land used instead, yet none has been considered. We ask you to refuse this application here today for these reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from members to the Parish Council representative? No? Thank you very much. I now have an objector, Mr. Gary Page. If you would like to press the button on your microphone and you'll have your 3 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, could I just clarify? I was told I had 3 minutes, but you're saying it's 2?
No, 3.
Oh, 3. Sorry,
Yeah.
it's really hard to hear here, and I didn't hear anything about the petition, so I apologise if I'm repeating things, and I'll try not to repeat what
the clerk did read out the petition.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it here.
Oh,
sorry.
okay, sorry.
Sorry, it's at the acoustics. So, okay, I'll far away. I live in Floaton, less than half a mile from this development, and I and hundreds of others and all our parish councils oppose it. I'm trying to cut my notes out here, not to duplicate what our councillors said, but I and my following the June meeting, which was in secret, you were persuaded not to defend the appeal decision, and I and my fellow residents were left to defend your decision at appeal with no money to pay for a barrister. Sadly, we were not able to convince the inspector to uphold your decision despite highlighting the errors and omissions, and naturally the appellant's barrister didn't say anything, and neither did ours. The inspector said the original decision in February was reasonable, and I'm asking you to make same reasonable decisions again. The inspector's actually criticised the subsequent decisions at your June meeting, which he's classified as, quote, unreasonable behaviour, leaving us taxpayers to pick up the bill. You'll understand why we're angry. And the same experts are now recommending acceptance of the ENZO application and the EDF application, which is even more intrusive. Like the councillor there, I'm not sure why ENZO are continuing with this, because they've already got planning permission. We haven't got the money to challenge this in an inspector's hearing, let alone a high court. The development will go ahead, but I'm asking you to make it clear that you oppose it and to reject similar applications. The inspector states in his report the consideration is whether benefits presented in support of the scheme outweigh any harms identified. I argue they don't. There are minimal or no benefits in solar farms in Suffolk, apart from for multinational banks, developers and landowners. There are 1.4 million homes in Suffolk, Essex and Cambridgeshire, and the Suffolk offshore wind farms produce enough electricity for, coincidentally, 1.4 million homes. Add in size will be another 2.5 million homes. And they supply it for 99% of the time. EDF's solar figures, which I'm having to rely on, are rates of 11 to 12%, because obviously it's dark 50% of the time. Generation of electricity in Suffolk will increase substantially. Size will be 6 million homes. There'll be more electricity going through Bramford than the national grid infrastructure can currently cope with, and you're aware of the plans to build more. We should not be producing this electricity for the rest of Britain. A recent TV programme about Suffolk and Norfolk called us the breadbasket for Britain because of our food production. The harms are laid out in your February decision and the inspector's report on the character and appearance of the countryside, including the public rights-of-way, heritage site and the loss of BMV land.
Are you almost at the end?
Yes.
Thank you. If you'd just like to do your final sentence.
That's fine. Yep. My colleague said about agreeing the planning conditions which were set out with by the inspector and ensuring that they are enforced to the fullest and not watered down or ignored. I'm happy to answer questions and thank you for your tolerance.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Mr. Page? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now have a supporter, John Cousins. Do we have a supporter, John Cousins? Yeah, right. If you'd like to press the button, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be fairly brief. I'm here to obviously answer any questions, should there be any. 6 years ago, I started talking to ENZO. It's been a pretty fascinating, interesting, and highly bruising experience. I don't feel that I'm particularly welcome at the harvest supper anymore in the village. And it's a very emotional thing, this whole proposal. I'm going to comment very briefly about 3 particular areas. BMV, there's an expression that I think you all know. Live as though you are going to die tomorrow, farm as though you are going to live forever. My view is that this solar project is temporary. My view, as Bron suggested, is that at the end of 40 years, this land will be returned to production. And I'm confident that my family, who are all in their 30s, and my daughter's with me today and my sons, they will see this land brought back into production. It won't be ruined, it won't be commercialised, it won't be factories, it will be land back in production. Secondly, wildlife. Much has been said about wildlife damage. My view is I'm turning a field of wheat, which is hostile to wildlife, particularly insects and small mammals, hostile to wildlife, into an area that's beneficial for wildlife. I've spent my working life working for the environment. I was Director of Agricultural Policy for the Wildlife Trust UK for 20 years. I'm a former chairman of the Suffolk Wildlife Trust. Now, the only reason I say that is I want to express that I take my environmental responsibilities incredibly seriously. Skylark mitigation. Yes, I've got numerous pairs of skylarks because I've worked for 40 years to get them there. And I am not going to have 40 years' work producing skylarks go out the window because of solar panels. I will make it work. And the last comment I'm going to make is about the visual aspect, and this is the Achilles heel. This is what is so disappointing about solar, is that it is having an impact on the landscape. My hedges are 20 to 30 feet tall, and they will stay that tall. And I hope that within the very few years, people will see that this solar project isn't as bad as they fear, isn't as bad as they've been told, and they will accept that it's a necessary element of our fight against climate change, and it's worth doing it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Cousins? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned the sort of the mitigation and views, and that you have very high hedges at the moment. In terms of landscaping that's going to be used for this, if this development goes ahead, could you just explain briefly what you're planning to do? I know we've seen in the details, but it'd be great to hear from you what you're planning to do and how to make the impact on rights-of-way users as minimal as possible.
Indeed. Thank you. Well, you have seen the plans of what Enzo are proposing. I will go way beyond that. I took 15 acres of arable land out of production 30 years ago to plant woodland. That woodland is now really, you could say, almost semi-mature, 30, 40 feet high, and it's a fantastic feature in the landscape. I'm going to go on planting trees. It is my passion. I won't see those trees 40 feet tall, but my family will. And I think that, you know, this project is part of my overall policy on the farm. I've already taken 80 acres of arable land out of production to go into pollen and nectar and winter bird food for birds. So I take the point about food production, but there is a huge drive in this country for the environment and biodiversity, and awareness that we are destroying biodiversity as we speak.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Cousins. We now have the applicant, Owen Horrell. If you'd also like to have your 3 minutes, you can press the button on your microphone.
Good morning. I will keep my comments relatively brief also. As outlined, this is an application which seeks planning permission, which is identical to the scheme which has recently been allowed at appeal. As detailed in the officer's report and in the inspector's decision, there are no planning reasons to refuse this application. In approving this application, members of this committee are able to attach the conditions suggested by officers, which was not included in the appeal decision, that being the condition suggested regarding the soil management plan, and also make a local decision on the application. I'll be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions on the floor? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the legal advisor if that's right, that we can actually add conditions to the appeal decision.
I switched on. Yeah, yes, because well, this is a different. It's the identical planning application, but it's different. You can make whatever decision appears to you appropriate. And from what I've been told, I wasn't present at the planning inquiry myself, but Miss Curtis Bron will confirm, I think. And I don't, Gemma, you weren't there, were you? No, but that there was discussion about this condition. The applicant appeared to be, or his professional representatives, counsel, appeared to be happy with it, but it looks like an oversight by the inspector, from what I'm being told. And it's there's no legal reason why you shouldn't impose it today, particularly in the light of the fact the applicants indicated it's acceptable and that you were being advised that there's a fair planning reason for it.
Councillor Lawrence.
I'm still trying to get my head around this double application process, to be honest. You end up with 2 consents, presumably, if that happens, and you have different conditions on either consent. So on what basis then do you pick and mix what you want to take? It seems to rather be a bit of a duplication and being a little bit cynical. I'm struggling with it.
I'll help, if I may. Where you have 2 planning permissions, which I don't, if that may be the result of the decision that you will make shortly, I don't know, it's up to members, but if that is the result of the decision, then yes, in theory, the applicant can choose which one to implement. But I don't know, I don't want to put the applicant on the spot, but if they're indicating their willingness to agree to this condition, I'm drawing the inference that that if permission's granted, that there'd be no point in them saying that if they didn't intend to comply with the condition.
You can come back.
Can we condition then that they use this application and not the previously granted one?
No, I'm afraid not. Sorry.
Any further questions? Councillor Warboys.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's I've just had a quick look at the planning inspector's decision, and just for clarification, my interpretation of this, the council was found to be acting unreasonable because it didn't bring forward this application quickly enough, because if we had determined this application and approved the application, an appeal wouldn't have been necessary. It's on page 2, paragraph 10. Yeah.
I don't know whether Gemma or Ian can help us out here.
Sorry, I didn't quite follow the question.
Well, I just want to clarify. It's been suggested we were acting unreasonable by not defending the previous decision. From what the inspector says, my interpretation is we were found to be acting unreasonable because we didn't bring forward this application fast enough in order to prevent an appeal.
Yeah, absolutely, that's correct. So essentially, if we had, having decided as we did that we weren't going to defend it, the reasonable thing to do would then be to say, okay, we've got this other application in, it's running, we could determine it, and essentially what would likely to have happened, and Ian might step in here with the appeal process, is the appeal would then be withdrawn. Is sort of the usual process, avoiding the unreasonable and costs on behalf of the applicant, and that not doing so was part of the unreasonableness. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. We have. Oh, sorry, Councillor Penny.
I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but I was going to ask Ian, if we had appealed the decision, what would our chances of success have been in his legal opinion? Or of defending?
We had defended the refusal.
Yes.
Well, I think I would struggle to give you a full answer in open session, Councillor Penny. I think your colleagues, most of you, were here in June, and you read in closed session the written advice of our leading counsel, Mr. Cosgrove KC, on the prospects of success. And that's legally privileged. We have to stick to the decision to read that in closed session, at least in the short term. But I don't think I can say much more than that, Madam Chair, unless you feel you read that decision too, or that opinion too. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know what's going to happen. It's had we defended it, we don't know what the outcome would have been. It may have been exactly the same, or worse. We don't know. So we took legal advice, which said that it wasn't prudent to do so. But you can never foretell the future, can you? You know, you can't say what if. You don't know what would have happened.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I've been a solicitor over 30 years. I've sometimes gone into court, when I don't go to court much nowadays, but sometimes you go into court or an inquiry thinking this is hopeless, and miracles happen. But I mean, I think you have to make a decision based on the advice that is available, the best advice available at the time.
Gemma?
Thanks, Chair. It was just, I think Bron might have wanted to add to that.
Was just to add that we have been working closely with the community who were previously a Rule 6 party to the appeal, which means that they are registered as an interested party and had a right to participate in the appeal, and that there was a decision about the processing of the this application previously, so as to not undermine their case at appeal. So there is a balance that we considered in chicken and egg, as it were, which was going to happen first, given the timeline of the appeal. The community subsequently pulled out as a Rule 6, but they were still invited to participate actively in the inquiry and put their points to the inspector. So officers, as I say, had extensive dialogue with representatives of the community. You will have seen the public statement that was put out on behalf of both Mid Suffolk and Care Suffolk, the community, in respect of the appeal, and that was the reason that we decided not to push determination of this application sooner, so as not to prejudice the position of the community to do what they are entitled to do in participating in the appeal, notwithstanding the fact that the council had decided to take their own position, which was different.
Thank you. Thank you. So if we now move on, I see the ward member, Councillor James Caston. Are you here to make any representation? Thank you. So I'd now like to open up this for debate. Anybody like to make a start? Councillor Penny.
Okay, I'd just like to say that our hands seem to be tied by government policy here, and I very much sympathise with the residents and the representative of Barham Parish Council. Ideologically, I would like to see a different set of government priorities, with priorities for solar systems to be on rooftops, because nationally it is possible to do this. It's just ideologically our national government has a different ideology, and they've had 13 years in power to sort out a linked up, sensible plan to avoid such applications and situations as this, where there is a mad panic to cover our green and pleasant land with solar panels. But from the point of view of material planning considerations, our hands seem to be very much tied by government policy, central government policy on this, rather than what Green Party policy would be, which would be to defend our green and pleasant land and rich biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, there's several points I wanted to make. I think coming back to the points from the parish council and the objector, the change from February, and I was party to the decision in February, and I voted for refusal. Green Party policy has clearly not changed. We have the same view about these things. I think it's important to say so. And what has changed, I think, apart from the context, is that the government has made it clearer and clearer over those ensuing sort of 8 months, whatever it is now, that it's
sets primacy by moving forward with renewable energy. And so I agree with what Councillor Penny has said clearly about the rooftops and so on. Absolutely, we would like to see that there. I think the points that Mr. Page made about the the capacity of the grid to deal with all this electricity, I think that is an interesting point. Now, what I found was interesting was if you analyse the 3 applications that we've got before us and accept the sort of broad calculations about how many thousand homes each of these would supply, and it's not clear whether that's supply at current levels of demand or supply at the level when we've got our heat pumps working, we've got our electric cars and so on. These 3 would provide roughly 50% of the electricity for Mid Suffolk. Well, that's quite interesting, and there's another one coming along to committee in a month or two's time, which will, add considerably to that, even more. But if you go back a few decades, you find a time when electricity was being supplied by coal mines, and the coal mines were having a great impact in a small number of places. And the big problem is transmitting the electricity around the country, and the grid are now struggling not very well to solve the problem. That the north-south transmission that they had has suddenly turned out to be not what's needed, and what we actually need is a completely different setup which transmits it from the North Sea and Sizewell to the rest of the country. And there's another separate argument which we will be having at some point about to what extent Suffolk should be impacted by the transmission issue. But that's a separate issue. If we're going to be one of the energy producers of the country, well, fair enough. We will do that. But how it's transmitted, that is an issue that's not in front of us today at all. And so I just would finally say that the factor, apart from the decisions, the factor that has changed from February to June to September is that I've got a better understanding of what Mr. Cousins has been talking about, that you can actually get a significant biodiversity gain while the panels are there for that 35 or 40 years. So I think that's the thoughts that I have about it, and it, it's not about the change of political control. That's a separate story. That hasn't changed how we think in this chamber as a planning committee.
Thank you. If I'd actually like to follow on from Councillor Matheson, I too was part of that committee back in February, and I too voted for refusal. And I too, like Councillor Matheson, have learnt since then about the benefits of the biodiversity, and there are the material changes in terms of the decisions that have already been made. I also felt very strongly about the loss of Grade 2 land. In fact, I probably spoke about that in February. And now we have an appeal decision which basically says it doesn't matter that it was Grade 2 land, because I know, although Suffolk may be considered the breadbasket, we don't have very much Grade 2 land. We have significant amounts of Grade 3A, but as I understand it, we don't have a lot of Grade 2, and that was what upset me back in February. But now I read an appeal decision which basically puts that to bed and says that doesn't really matter. And yes, I understand now that there is a biodiversity net gain by putting solar panels on what was previously an arable field. But what hasn't been mentioned is after 40 years, we've got this wonderful biodiverse solar farm, and we take it down, and surely we'll then have a biodiversity loss if we put it back into wheat fields again. But I guess that's the problem we come to at the end of the cycle. But there has been material changes and material decisions. I still feel quite sad about the loss of grade 2 land, but it looks like that it doesn't count for much anymore. And I do understand the concerns of the community, but there are lots of other changes that have been made, even within my lifetime, that were probably, you know, we didn't like them then. It's nobody likes change, and yet we do actually have an industrial heritage, okay, maybe goes back a long time, that we now consider in parts of the country. Industrial heritage is part of the scenery. I'm not saying that solar farms are going to look delightful, but they might be interesting to look at. They'll be different, and maybe we have to learn to accept them, just like we've accepted lines of pylons across the countryside, and other things that we rely on. You know, nobody likes pylons, and yet we look at them every day and we probably ignore them. So maybe something will happen, you know, in the next 40 years, and we'll change our view. I don't know, but I'm not, you know, I'm quite open to say that yes, I refused it. I was happy to refuse it back in February, but I think things have changed and maybe we've moved on a bit, both from a government point of view and from our own learning point of view. But I'll let anyone else have something to say. Councillor Lawrence, and then I've got Councillor Elk.
I think the main thing that's changed is the inspector allowed the appeal, and that's the bluntness of it. I don't see that then impacts necessarily on the next two solar applications that we're going to consider after this, so I don't want to put all three in the same pot. So I think we should use the opportunity here now to impose extra conditions on this planning application and hope that the applicant takes them on board and doesn't use the one that he's already got.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. You're saying we should oppose this?
No.
Oh.
So what I was saying is that we take the opportunity to put on extra conditions on this application and hope that the applicant takes on board this application or consent in preference to the previous one.
Thank you. Councillor Elkin?
Thank you. It's a really tricky one. I mean, as everybody else has said, our hands feel fairly tied. There's been change in government priorities and policy. I mean, as a Green Party member, and I think but across parties, I think all of us would rather see solar panels on roofs. I mean, it's just logical and makes sense. But that's not what we're being asked to consider, unfortunately. And we find ourselves with a cost of living crisis where we need affordable food. We've got a biodiversity crisis, and we've got the climate crisis. So we've got these competing tensions which we need to deal with, and it feels like projects like this, whether we feel happy about them in particular locations, it contributes to the biodiversity crisis by leaving land set aside. It adds renewables. So, you know, I feel really, we all live in rural communities. I always start by thinking, how would I feel if this was outside my window or on the lanes that I walk in? And so for me, I do feel our hands are tied, and I would hope that we could have, if we're able to add conditions, make sure that hedges are planted, that the rights of way footpaths are screened as well as they can be and as effectively as they can be for walkers who are still going to be using this countryside. So, yeah, it's difficult, and I do have sympathy with the people who live in this community.
Thank you. So I'm not sure we've actually had any formal proposals yet, but does anyone else want to speak? Councillor Hardingham? Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Yes, it's been a bit of an expensive process, sort of making one decision and then as it were, almost recanting on that decision in the light of clarification of government policy and more information. But I think it's been a very valuable experience in that the planning inspector has given us a great deal of information and, if you like, a presumption in favour of development of solar farms. And he's put it in the context of climate change, of responding to climate change, the need for renewable energies, and also he's emphasised the temporary nature of the installation and how the land is improved, and within our conditions already we have a land improvement, I forget the words of it, management policy. He has at the end of his decision got a list of mitigation of measures of mitigation, and comparing that list with our own list of conditions, it looks compatible. I'd like to see those two things actually sort of bonded together, as it were, so we've taken advice on both levels, not just about the actual direction of travel decision, but also on the measures of mitigation. We've heard from Mr. Cousins. I think from a philosophical point of view, his attitude towards farming it matches these conditions. He's looking to the future, and looking towards a sustainable present, if you like, in order to ensure that future happens. There are risks to our food security. I think solar farms is not the greatest risk to our food security. Climate change, I think, must be top of that list. Farming is under a great deal of pressure in this country. Energy is one, the costs of farming. I do know of farms which have been taken out of food production completely in order to sort of enter into sort of stewardship schemes to increase biodiversity. This is a kind of stewardship scheme in that the land is being taken out of food production in order to produce energy. Some farming will be taking place, which again is part of the conditions, this sort of ongoing management of grazing and soil improvement. So I think I'm in a very long-winded way, I apologise, I think we should approve this application and move forward in that sense that lessons have been learned. We had a talk at the beginning about not making this process political. It has become political. It's not Green Party policy to take land out of food production in order to put solar cells on. Green Party policy is to put it on brownfield sites, rooftops and new developments. This is not, unfortunately, government policy. We're not in government. So we have to work within the political framework that is presented to us. We have to make a planning decision within the planning framework. So that's why I'm proposing we accept.
You're formally proposing that we accept the officer recommendation. Councillor Harding.
Well, if I could just add a comment to this, which is that we have to determine every planning application on its own merits. And the decision we take on this application does not prejudice what we decide on the following two. I think one of the crucial aspects that we need to consider in looking at these is the amount of care and attention which is going to be paid to genuinely achieving a biodiversity net gain and to accommodating as far as possible the needs of the people who live locally. And I think when we come to look at some of the other applications, we might find that there is a distinction between the way this application has been approached by the applicants and the other ones. So Just to say that the way we look at this one doesn't necessarily determine the way we have to look at the other ones. Thank you.
Councillor Haddingham. I am still looking for a seconder for Councillor Warboys.
Thanks. A, I'm happy to second, but B, I just want to say, like pretty much everyone here, we're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place. But I do feel that the landowner has reassured us that he's got his sights firmly set on the environment and the issue, the skylark mitigation, and basically he's wanting to do the best for the environment, which is obviously you know in everyone's agenda here. And so yes, I'm happy to second it. Thank you.
Councillor Matheson, were you going to say something else?
Only very briefly that I think when the chair spoke, she referred particularly to the appeal decision. I think that, and I think the officers can perhaps just advise me. I think when we looked in June at the barrister's opinion in private, that referenced a number of appeal decisions. So we're not just depending upon the appeal decision that we did not defend. We're actually looking at, in the change from then to now, we're looking at a number of appeal decisions that were made subsequent. I think possibly that the case officer did say that earlier on. Thank you.
Councillor Haddingham.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that I'm sure Roland said, whether he said it or not, but we absolutely want to listen to Bramford and Birstall, the parish councils that say we need to hammer the conditions to make sure they're all, absolutely nailed on, and the rest sort of thing.
Is that referring to the conditions? Are you? Yeah, I must admit, maybe we could just have a sort of little summary of just to check that the conditions that we've got on our officer recommendation do match or go beyond what the appeal decision has said and what the extra ones are, just for a bit of clarity, if we can do that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, no problem. Just perhaps if I answer Councillor Matheson's point alongside that as well, I think the table papers, which is item 7C, does also cover this item to a degree. You'll see on page 29 there is the list of all the other appeal decisions, so if you wanted to cross-reference, but just to confirm, yeah, it should have said, in the supplement, sorry, so that's, as that. And then just to go on to the conditions, so the conditions in the appeal decision match those in our recommendation to you, with an addition of a soil management condition. Following the earlier conversation, Ian, I've just been having a look at what we might be able to do. We'd also suggest an additional condition whereby the applicant would be required to notify the LPA, us, of the implementation of this consent, so we can be clear, we're implementing the planning permission, or we're implementing the appeal decision, because that would help our enforcement colleagues immensely if they're attempting to work out which one they ought to be enforcing against and any future arguments. So it would give everybody clarity. If they say up front, yes, we're implementing this one, we all know exactly what's happening. So that's our suggested additional if you're content with those. Thank you, Chair.
And the Councillor Warboys, you're happy with that summary of the conditions?
The officer, thank you, John.
And Councillor Haddingham. So unless anyone else has got anything to add, I will now ask the... are we happy that the area planning manager's read out the proposal? Or do we need any more? I think we're fine. So I will now ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Councillor Penny, would you like me to take your vote verbally? Oh, okay. I can take it verbally, that's fine. To accept, thank you. Chair, that's 8 votes for, therefore that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you. So that application is now been approved. Now, before we go on to item 7B, I'm going to suggest that we have a comfort break. 10 minutes, can we come back at 11:15? So we can have a 10-minute break. Welcome back. We are now going to move to item 7B, DC 2202-667 Grange Farm, Old Bury Road, Palgrave. And I will invite the case officer, Jasmine Wire, to introduce the application to the committee. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Chair, and good morning. So I'm presenting an application today for the installation of ground-mounted solar PV and ancillary infrastructure at Grange Farm, Old Bury Road, Palgrave. So members are reminded that this presentation does not replace the content and detail contained within the committee report. Some slight updates to the committee report is that the applicant has now submitted both a surface water drainage plan and covering the substation, and also an amended biodiversity net gain assessment. These are with Suffolk County Council Floods and Water and Place Services Ecology for review. So looking at the site now, here's an aerial map showing the extent of the site shown by the hatched area. As you can see, there are kind of two distinct portions with Lion Road running centrally between them. The site covers 91.56 hectares. So putting the site into context, there are three kind of key roads that the site adjoins, which are Millway Lane, which is to the north, then you've got Lion Road centrally, and the A143 to the south. The site is wholly within the countryside, but policy CS2 of the core strategy covers countryside development and is permissive of renewable energy schemes. The village of Palgrave is to the east, and I'll show you a later slide with the actual settlement boundary on. So in terms of constraints, these are the constraints covering the northern half of the site. So the settlement boundary of Palgrave is shown outlined in brown just to the east. Then you've got several public rights of way running near to and along the boundaries of the site, which are shown by the kind of green dashed line. The Palgrave conservation area starts inside the settlement boundary, where the first kind of the listed buildings are seen. I don't know if this is working yet. So just sort of here, and again I'll show you the exact boundary on a later slide. Then we've got the constraints to the south. So the site itself is not within any sort of landscape or ecological designated area. Just to the southwest is the start of a special landscape area just over here. Again, you've got some clustering of listed buildings here, here and here, which again, there'll be a later slide on that. And you've got flood zones that run literally just on that corner of the site just over there, but besides that, all outside of the site. Of the 91.56 hectares, 51.2% of the land is grade 3A land, which is considered best and most versatile as defined within national policy. The remaining 48.8% is grade 3B land, which is not best and most versatile land. Food security issues have been noted through the kind of numerous representations, and there is a section within the committee report detailing this, but food security in agriculture in the UK is a very complex picture, and the impacts of a temporary loss of agricultural land cannot really be simplified to directly result in food insecurity, and I think that's just one point to kind of I suppose get to grips with in terms of how that's framed within the best and most versatile land. So now looking at the kind of specific settlement boundaries, so the blue outline shows where the settlement boundary for Palgrave falls. At its nearest point, the proposed siting of the solar panels would be 40 metres from the settlement boundary. In most cases this is significantly further, but that would be kind of along this point just here. So in terms of heritage assets now, so these are all of the heritage assets surrounding the site plotted on the map. So you've got 31 grade 2 listed buildings, which are shown by the orange. Then you've got one grade 2 star listed building, which is shown by the red, and one grade 1 listed church, which is shown by the green. The purple outline also then shows the location of the Palgrave conservation area. And at its closest point, the site lies 260 metres west of that conservation area. So then moving on to heritage harm, so lifted from the map on the previous slide, these are the assets that the heritage team and Historic England consider would be affected by the development. The levels of harm identified are all within the scope of less than substantial. There is no level of substantial harm, albeit the levels of less than substantial is varied across the different assets. So Ivy Cottage, Longs Farmhouse and Spring Barn would have a very low level of less than substantial harm. Church of St Peter is identified as having a very low to low level. Ivy House and the Palgrave Conservation Area would have a low level, and Valley Farmhouse would have a low to medium level. The reason Valley Farmhouse is the highest level of harm identified is mostly owing to the location of the substation, which I will show you later, but just for reference, that's where the substation would be going. So in terms of the Diss and District Neighbourhood Plan, this is an emerging plan, but it is given significant weight based on the fact it's imminently going to referendum. The site does not fall within any of the emerging designations within that plan, but the two of the closest emerging designations are the Key View out of the village, which is shown by that blue, and the green corridor to the south. So in terms of the site layout plan, it's been amended since the application was originally first submitted to set the solar panels back from some of the sensitive boundaries, which again, when I come onto the landscaping, I'll explain in more detail. The proposal includes the siting of solar photovoltaic panels, the installation of a substation and other ancillary infrastructure, including inverter cabins and deer fencing. The solar farm would have an electrical output of 48 megawatts, and just a correction to my committee report is that the solar farm would generate enough energy to power in excess of 16,000 homes, not 11,000. Along the southern boundary of the northern portion of the site, there is a 20-metre buffer just along here. I don't know if you can see it that well, but there's kind of an orange hatched area. And that 20-metre buffer area is proposed where the panels would have a height of 2.5 metres as opposed to 3 metres, so there's a slight reduction. And then you've got a 30-metre setback distance as well from the road, which again you'll see a little bit clearer on some of the landscape plans later on. Permissive paths and soft landscaping are also proposed, and again we'll discuss later in a later slide, but one of the permissive paths in this area runs from here along this boundary and then across along this boundary here before crossing onto this side and going along here. Access tracks are also proposed within the site, which are shown by kind of those brown lines, and this is just for kind of maintenance and construction purposes. To the easternmost field within this southern portion, so this bit over here, these panels would be initially sited on concrete bases for archaeological reasons, which would then be removed post-determination depending on what's found in terms of the archaeology. The rest of the site, again, is pretty much the same as what it is on the northern side. There's a bit of a setback distance just in this corner that I forgot to mention earlier as well. And also there is a bit of a setback here, which again you'll see on the landscaping plans, and that's the substation, which is on this slide. So the substation would be adjacent to an existing pylon in the southeast area of the site. So there's an existing pylon just here, and this is where the rest of the substation would then fall. So in terms of how the substation would actually look, so there would be a 2.4 metre high palisade fencing, which is different to the proposed fencing around the rest of the site, which I'll show you again in a later slide. The compound would measure approximately 77 metres in length, and the majority of the compound would be no higher than about 6.5 metres, which is this sort of element around here. So the highest point is this bit, which is 6.5. The connection mast would measure 28.9 metres, but again, it is no higher than the existing pylon adjacent. The landscaping plan over the years is likely to obscure the majority of the compound, albeit obviously won't obscure the mast. As the most potentially sort of visible and sensitive element of the proposal, obviously I noted earlier that Valley Farmhouse is kind of the closest asset to this substation. The applicant has provided a viewpoint showing how the substation would actually look within the site when viewed from the public right-of-way, and it's quite faint, but you can see the mast just here, and this is where the actual compound would be. So this is from the public right-of-way, which again I'll show you on a later slide. So the inverter cabins would sit amongst the PV panels centrally within the site and would be no taller than the actual PV panels themselves. So again, it's very low level development. So panels themselves, as I've mentioned, would be 3 metres in height. The majority of the panels would be installed via a driven mounting system within an area of the site, but within an area of the site to the east. Obviously, as I mentioned, where there is archaeological potential, they'll be installed on a non-intrusive concrete block system. So in terms of the kind of security measures, so you've got some CCTV, which again is no higher than the panels. Then you've got the deer fencing, which surrounds most of the site, and some sort of access gates. But the deer fencing is this bit here, and again it's 2 metres in height, so it's actually lower than where the panels sit. The CCTV would be on bases measuring 40 centimetres by 40 centimetres, and again, as I mentioned, will be 3 metres in height. So in terms of the kind of public rights-of-way and permissive paths within the area, the public rights-of-way is shown by the green. Existing permissive paths are shown in pink, and the proposed permissive path that's under this application, which would be secured by a condition, is shown in the orange. Along the north-eastern edge of the site, initially the public right-of-way is outside of the site, so along this area here, it actually falls just adjacent to outside of the site, and then it falls within the site just on this corner here. And then you've got a similar sort of situation along here. It's outside of the site, and then it falls within the site just along here. They would remain completely free from obstruction, and Suffolk County Council Public Rights of Way team have confirmed they have no objection to it. And then in terms of the permissive paths, these are the areas which are to be here, and then a kind of crossing point here to then link into the existing permissive path along here. So it kind of rolls round the entire site. So moving on to landscaping now. So this is the whole landscaping scheme for the site, and I will zoom in on later slides. The landscaping features proposed include fencing, permissive paths, native hedgerows, native trees, wildflower meadow, and gapping up existing hedgerows. The soft landscaping will further support increased biodiversity on the site. Then moving on, so this is the northern portion of the site. So looking to the north of the site, the panels are set back from Millway Lane, a maximum of 100 metres and a minimum of 7 metres. In the areas where it's only about 7 metres, new hedgerows are proposed. So this is kind of along this area here. A lot of these setback distances were discussed with Place Services Landscaping on the basis of their kind of comments about mitigating some of that impact. Millway Lane is also a quiet lane, so again this just increases the separation distance of the panels to the existing sort of landscaping, and again you'll see this a little bit clearer on some of the site photos that I've got. There's also a 30-metre setback distance, which I mentioned earlier, which is along here, which is to be planted, and there'd then be that further 20 metres buffer just here where the panels are lower. There's also an existing central area with an existing kind of pond, which is to be retained and undeveloped and maintained for biodiversity purposes. So in terms of the southern landscaping plan, again, very, very similar in terms of the approach. There's another setback from the panels from the southwest corner, just over here, which you can see. So there's, again, a kind of landscape buffer. and any areas of the site where there aren't already existing hedgerows, new hedgerows are to be planted, and where there are gaps, it's to be planted up. And then just zooming in on the substation, as I mentioned, obviously the kind of most visible potential area. So you've got existing planting along this boundary, and then there's new proposed planting around that boundary there. And the viewpoint was taken along the public right-of-way, which runs all the way kind of up here, so it's looking that way, where there currently isn't much landscaping, and obviously this is to be planted. This provides a kind of viewpoint of the panels, so we've got a couple of slides like this, similar to what was done with the substation earlier. So this is actually where the panels would fall, and this is looking south from Lion Road. Then we've got, this is from Millway Lane, so again, looking at this is where the panels would be, and initially this is prior to the planting kind of becoming established. But then after that planting becomes established, you've got a kind of hedgerow, which again obscures the view of that. In terms of access points, there are 4 access points would serve the site. Only 2 of these, which are the ones shown in green just here and here, would be for construction purposes. So the other 2 would just solely be for maintenance purposes, which are shown in blue. 3 access points are along Lion Road, and you've got 1 along the A143. Notably, there are no access points at all along Millway Lane, which is that quiet lane. A transport statement and construction management plan were submitted with the application, which shows that all construction traffic will be routed via the A143 to avoid travelling through Palgrave, so it will all come from this direction and travel up. Then just to show you the kind of access points, so these are both the construction and maintenance access, so it's all of them. They're all existing access points, as you can see. Obviously, they are kind of agricultural accesses at the minute. They are proposed to be upgraded, obviously proportionate to their kind of end use, construction or maintenance. And this is in line with the conditions recommended by Suffolk County Council Highways. So in terms of cumulative impacts, this was actually in one of the parish council's comments to us. Obviously there is some concern locally about the amount of sort of renewable energy and energy type related projects coming forward. So Grange Farm is the application site. Then you've got Marsh Lane, which is another solar farm. And then you've got the kind of Norwich to Tilbury pylons kind of running through the centre there. Marsh Lane solar farm has currently had an EIA screening and scoping opinion carried out on it, but no formal planning application has been made. Equally, the Norwich to Tilbury line is progressing through consultation stages, and it is a nationally significant infrastructure project that's decided by the Secretary of State. So given the kind of differing levels of progress that all 3 of these applications or proposals rather, are at, it's only Grange Farm that is currently a planning application to be decided. So under this current application, based on the lack of detailed information we have about the other 2 proposals, it's not considered reasonable to consider these projects in cumulation with this solar farm in terms of getting the applicant to provide cumulative impact assessments at this stage. Having said that, one of the reasons that Marsh Lane has been considered to be EIA development is based on the cumulative impact that could arise. So it's a kind of first past the post type situation, but this will be considered later, if that makes sense. So moving on to some site photos now. The following slides will provide different photos around different parts of the site, just to give you an idea of the kind of specific viewpoints. A lot of these are taken from the public rights of way and from the highway, just so you can see the kind of really visually prominent things and things that people locally will see. So photo 1 is looking southwest through the site from the public right of way along Millway Lane, so it's right at the northern part of the site. Photo 2 is then again looking westwards along Millway Lane, There are a few gaps in the hedgerow along the lane, but the majority of the lane does appear to be enclosed by existing landscaping in a very similar manner to kind of what's shown along here. Again, this is where, so this is from looking into the site over here. Again, you can see there are existing hedgerows around the kind of different areas of the site. This is probably one of the most open areas, and that's the one that was shown on that viewpoint earlier that the applicant provided. We've then got some site photos from Lime Road. So these photos were taken from the public right-of-way running along the eastern edge of the site north of Lime Road. So there's a pylon outside of but adjacent to the site. So the site starts here, then you've got the public right-of-way here, pylon, and then residential development here. So you can see the houses, and the start of Palgrave settlement boundary starts here, pylon, public right-of-way, sites over here. Then again, you can see that there are a number of existing overhead power lines and pylons running across the site in kind of various locations. So this is looking from the public right-of-way right into the site again. This is then looking across Lime Road onto the southern side of Lime Road. And again, this is where the panels would be in this bit, and that's just a zoomed in version of there. And then finally on Berry Road, looking east and west along the A143, it's also known, in both directions. As you can see, there are thick, mature rows of trees and hedgerows obscuring a lot of the views of the site. There are gaps, but again, these are proposed to be planted up as part of the application. So in terms of the overall planning balance, this is a very brief summary of the kind of harms and benefits of the scheme. The full planning balance and weight afforded to the harms and benefits of the scheme is set out within the committee report. A large proportion of the harms are considered to be mitigated by condition, which are to the satisfaction of consultees. There is some residual harm, heritage harm. However, again, as noted earlier, under paragraph 202 of the NPPF, this harm has to be weighed against public benefits, which in this case, those public benefits are considered to outweigh that harm. The recommendation is therefore to grant planning permission in the terms set out in the committee report and subject to that surface water drainage plan being satisfactory to Suffolk County Council Floods and Water. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So I now ask if any members have questions, and could I just remind everybody to speak into the mic, because I think some people in the public area are struggling to hear. So maybe if you could bring your mic a little bit closer and speak into it as clearly as you can. Thank you. Councillor Haddingham.
Thanks. On slide 31, can you just show where the existing pylons are? You've put the ones in that are going to come from Norwich to Tilbury, but can you just show with your pointy thing where the existing pylon line is?
So you've got that pylon just over here, just outside of the site as well. So again, it runs kind of through the site. It's quite difficult to tell you where exactly some of the pylons are, but I think on one of
the lines are.
Yeah.
Basically saying.
It runs across the site. It's not obviously the whole site, but there are pylons on both parts of the fields.
Right. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to understand a bit more about the kind of technicalities of connecting these solar farms to the grid. I mean, I think one of the Bramford applications lays particular emphasis on being within 5 kilometres of something or other. Now this application has got a substation, but the one we've looked at already didn't have a substation. So can you just help me to understand what is necessary, or whether we're dealing with necessary proximity or applicant convenience, let's put it bluntly, in where the are they all being clustered in one place because technically that's essential, or are they being clustered together because it's handy to do it like that?
Yes, so in terms of, I suppose taking it at a high level to start with, so obviously grid connection and grid capacity is one of the kind of starting points. Obviously the further away that you are from a kind of grid connection and I suppose grid capacity, you would have to, obviously there is a kind of knock-on effect in terms of how you would then be able to connect in if you put it further away. So that's kind of a starting point. In terms of the specific technicalities, it might be something worth asking the applicant anyway. But because this was a question that I've already posed to the applicant in terms of why is it a specific 1 kilometre distance in terms of the search area. So the distance varies on sort of every project and depends on a lot of factors affecting the project economics, including the cost of grid connection and expected yield from the project. Which is in terms of that capacity and obviously lots of sort of site constraints. The costs of grid infrastructure is significantly more at higher grid connection voltages, such as 132 kilovolts, which is the connection on this project. There may be other grid costs to be taken into account as well. In this case, the kind of viable distance for a project of this size, given the capacity that they've got and the grid connection rights that they've got, was 1 kilometre. So that's how they've come to it. But as I say, it differs a lot between projects based on the size, the scale, the capacity, site constraints. But on the sort of technical elements, you might want to ask the applicant a little bit more about that.
Any further questions? If not, I'd like to ask a couple of questions. Firstly, about the deer fencing, because clearly that is designed to stop deer getting into the area, but are there any permeability for smaller bits of wildlife to get through that deer fence? That's my first question. Or is it actually going to be a barrier to everything other than a flying creature?
So obviously our ecology team have reviewed all of the kind of application and the proposed landscape, including that deer fencing. They've raised no objection to it. In terms of how the deer fencing actually looks, I don't know if, Alicia, if you could go back, that'd be handy. I'm going to have to try and work out which slide it's on. Just bear with me. So there are obviously, as you can see, I don't know if that's where you can see my mouse, there are gaps in it. It's not it's not like a close boarded timber fence. Obviously, if there are some kind of concerns around that, I'm sure we can kind of take that away and look into it a little bit further if that's something that needs some attention.
Thank you. And my other question is, given that the recommendation is to allow the Chief Planning Officer to check on that drainage or whatever it was condition, that may take a little bit of time to get the consultation in. And in the meantime, our draft joint local plan may come back from the inspector and therefore have more weight. So I'd just like you to explain how our policy in the draft joint local plan, LP 25, should our draft local plan get slightly more weight before the actual granting of planning permission? Are we still okay with LP 25?
I think this is probably something, so at the minute, as in my committee report, the draft local plan in the context of this scheme, we're saying has moderate weight. What I would say is, obviously, if between us, if planning permission is granted subject to, obviously, Chief planning officer reviewing the surface water drainage plan. If something was to change, I think we would have to obviously review it, and it's likely that it could come back to committee. In terms of how it accords with the policy at the minute, there are some elements which we probably need to look at a little bit further in terms of the kind of available sites. Obviously, there is quite a lot of information that's already been submitted with this application, and it's, yeah, that's kind of all we can really say at the minute without having the examiner's report back.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any further questions? Councillor Hardingham, I'll take you first because Councillor Matheson's already had a go.
First of all, just a point of information. It does state somewhere in here that 20 hectares of the site is BMV land. Actually, grade 3A is 51%, so that comes out at 46 hectares. So it's a larger area of BMV than
do you know whereabouts in the committee report? It's something I can
paragraph
check
14.9. 14.9.
Oh, 14.9. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. It's a rather small point, but
yes, no, I think that probably is an error. In terms of I can confirm 100% it is what is noted in point, I think it's one of the proposal points. So it's 1.2, so it definitely is 51.2%, whatever that works out. So yeah, apologies for that.
In terms of biodiversity net gain, in the previous application that we've just looked at, they were claiming there was going to be 160% habitat improvement just through the grass grazing and the hedges that were going to be established. But this one appears to need 90 hectares of lowland meadow, unless I've misread what's
I think
in
that
the
might
report.
be for, yeah, so I think there's kind of two elements to it. So there is some skylight mitigation, which is required anyway. The biodiversity net gain assessment obviously was one of the points that Place Services Ecology kind of raised a few questions with, and that's why it's recommended as a condition. We have got an amended biodiversity assessment, net gain assessment, that's been submitted now. I'm not an ecologist, so I would kind of defer and wait for that consultation to come back before kind of commenting on whether that's a viable scheme. But what I would say is obviously biodiversity net gain doesn't actually come in, I think, until November as a kind of legal element. Obviously it's something that's being considered now, and there is undoubtedly going to be net gain on the site based on the fact it's intensively used for farming at the minute, and obviously there is going to be, hedgerows and lots of other elements. But yeah, I don't think I could kind of quantify it at the minute.
But regardless of the decision that we take now, I mean, say we were to approve, for instance, the biodiversity net gain element, the conditions, the plan is still to be negotiated.
Yes, yeah. So what I would say is we have obviously got an amended assessment that's been submitted in the last couple of days. We're consulting on it at the minute, but it would be either conditioned if it's satisfactory to our ecological consultants. We'd still condition that it's obviously implemented, but failing that, we'd put a condition on that say, you need to submit a biodiversity net gain assessment to us that's satisfactory, basically.
Thank you.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I'm maybe getting confused between reading these three different solar farm applications at the weekend. This glint and glare issue that comes up. Now, I think I've just finally found what I was looking for partly. So we've got a condition there for interim mitigation. I wondered how that's done. And I think what I can't find, probably because it's in the third one, is where it's not being offered. The point being that you need a hedge, and the hedge isn't going to be there for some years, not to the height that's required. So what are they proposing to do, or are we asking to be done by the condition that's recommended on this page 121 of the papers.
Yes, so as a kind of interim measure, there is the condition requires that they provide a satisfactory means of mitigation. Obviously, if that can't be provided, then they can't implement it until it has been provided, basically. What I would say is obviously our environmental health team are the ones that have assessed this glint and glare assessment. Obviously, they've done this across numerous solar farms. And again, there are a number of solar farms across the UK. There is likely to be a mitigatory measure. It's not that it's unreasonable to say that there is a kind of interim solution. It's just obviously they need to provide us details of that. Again, it might be that the applicant has some further detail on that.
So we in terms of looking at the solar farms, and we're going to be looking at another one presently and another one next month or the month after, and so on and so on. So really, we want as a standard condition, effectively, that we will always want that to be provided if the hedges are not already doing the job. That's to some extent one for the area planning manager to make a note of.
Yeah, I think it is basically a standard condition. Anyway, obviously it's dealt with on a kind of case-by-case basis, depending on whether there is an existing hedge there or whether it needs to be planted up, and also the degree to how close it is to sensitive receptors. So, but it is basically a standard sort of thing that comes up on solar farms.
I think closeness is not going to be much of an issue really, because light travels very, very large distances very quickly. Science.
3 times 10 to the 8 metres per second. It's very fast. Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. It's another hedge question. Do we know what size of hedge is going to be planted? Because hedges take quite a long time to grow. And would it be reasonable to ask for the whips to be, if you put them in at this size, you're waiting 5, 6, 7 years for them to reach, the head height. Could we ask for them to be put in at 4 or 5 feet, for example?
Yes, I mean, it's completely possible for kind of the landscaping condition to be stipulated in a certain way. I'd need to check, because obviously there was a lot of information that was submitted with this application, including a landscape and visual impact assessment, as well as landscaping plans, and it's possible that some of that information is already provided, but it is something we could certainly make a note of, and it's kind of if it's not already there, we can resolve it.
Thank you. So that will give the community a little bit quicker protection from kind of visual intrusion.
Your hand up, Councillor Warboys. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think it's just looking through the conditions, and I think I'm quite a bit in favour of a bit of cut and paste here, where we could look at the mitigations proposed by the planning inspector for the previous application could actually almost be put in here, because I'm looking for the soil improvement plan, and I'm looking for sort of whether grazing would be part of the ecological management plan, and it's that kind of detail I think that's needed, because I think with this current batch of solar farm applications, it is the mitigation of the effects of them on landscape biodiversity. It's very crucial that we actually get as good a deal as possible for the environment.
Yes, so the soil management plan is noted as a condition. Obviously, we tend to put these on as kind of bullet points as what things, what the general heading of the condition is. Obviously, if members are wanting to be explicit about what that includes, that's again absolutely fine. I suspect it probably is something that, certainly in terms of the soil management plan, that condition I think Bron has already kind of gone into detail on, and it will be basically universally kind of applied condition in terms of how it's worded.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham.
Following up on what Councillor Elkins was saying about hedgerows, in the first place, my experience and understanding is that putting a bigger plant in doesn't necessarily give you a bigger hedge in 5 years' time. In fact, smaller plants will generally establish better and grow away quicker. But it seems to me that getting these hedgerows and the planting established and actually growing vigorously, quickly, is a crucial thing in terms of mitigating the harm to local communities. To what extent can we condition the management plan for the hedging to make sure that it does actually establish and grow away? That if we get unfavourable weather, it's looked after properly, there's adequate mulching, and ultimately the tree guards are removed at the end of their useful life. And in terms of density of hedges, which is crucial for the wildlife benefit that they get, the wider the hedge is, increases the wildlife benefit enormously. Can we specify the number of rows of hedging plants that go into to make up a hedge?
Yes, so it tends to be, there's kind of 2 or 3 points to a kind of landscaping set of conditions as kind of standard. So we could have one that essentially covers, submitting to us the levels, the quantum, the kind of species, everything that kind of as an outline of this is what we will be doing. Then it kind of comes down to when they do it, so we can, request advanced planting. That's certainly something that's possible. Equally, in terms of the management, there's a landscape and ecological management plan. Again, that has to be submitted to us, satisfactory with consultation with landscaping and our ecologists as well. In terms of making sure that it doesn't then, there normally is a part in the condition that does say if it dies or it's diseased, it's replaced. So it will just be a case of we can have that information submitted to us via condition. We can obviously discharge it subject to it being satisfactory. And it will just be a case of making sure that it's monitored. Again, that's kind of, I think that probably covers all of the kind of standard conditions that we can use. I don't know if you've got any other.
No, I was literally just going to say, and they're in the recommendation at the minute, but I have, we could definitely mention the advanced hedgerow planting if that's where members are minded to go to once we get to that point.
I did see your hand up, Councillor Matheson, but I don't think Councillor Penny has asked a question yet, so I'm going to hand over to Councillor Penny and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I was just going to add on to the points about hedging. Would it be possible to specify that aspects such as hedging were commenced before construction began at an appropriate time of year?
Yes, so that's essentially what advanced planting would be. So yeah, we can kind of specify. Obviously, it has to still be reasonable. I think in this case, considering the kind of visual impacts, it might be something that members want to consider.
I'm just trying to say that there's no point planting a hedge in the middle of the summer, for example, and then failing to water.
Yes, so the standard wording of our conditions does specify that it kind of has to be planted in an appropriate planting season. Obviously, don't put it in when it's not going to actually work.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was going to leave this until get to the end and talk about conditions and so on. But we're seeing more and more cases of where the landscaping fails significantly, and we're getting a drought of 28 days plus every year. Can we have a look really at the detail? I mean, Councillor Hardingham, we're exploring the question already carefully, that the quality of the maintenance has to be improved, because if the condition says replacements within the first 5 years, and then you get a replacement lot of little twigs are put in the following planting season, and we've lost a year. There's no penalty. Well, there's a bit of a penalty in that you have to do it again, but there isn't. We're losing the benefit for a year. We're not talking about the glint and glare now. We're just talking about the wider biodiversity gains. Can we do more in the detail of what we write about these things, please?
I think in terms of the conditions, they are already quite comprehensively worded in terms of the level of information that we require when they come in to discharge those conditions. Obviously, in terms of the maintenance and management plan, that's the reason that that's put on there. On some smaller scale developments, you don't actually put management plans on, but obviously for a scheme of this size, it's important that you have a maintenance and management plan. It's possible, and I think a lot of them do tend to have kind of periodic review sort of mechanisms built into them as well. Again, that detail is something that will be assessed by our landscape and ecology consultants as well. So that's, they're the ones that we will be looking to kind of make sure that that's established. Obviously, if for whatever reason the landscaping plan wasn't implemented properly, that would then be a kind of issue to fall within with enforcement.
Thank you. Any more? Councillor Warboys.
Could just have a little bit more clarification, please, on the fencing and CCTV cameras. I'm assuming the CCTV cameras won't have lights connected, and they'd only be on the substation. They wouldn't be on the perimeter.
Yes, so I believe on the site layout plan it is shown that the CCTVs is mostly for the substation. I don't think there was any other CCTV, but again it might just be something that the applicant knows off the top of their head before I can kind of find the answer. In terms of the kind of lighting, I think there was already a condition in terms of temporary external lighting details to be submitted and permanent lighting is to be restricted. So again, that comes into the whole kind of restriction on lighting. And in terms of the fencing, obviously, as I mentioned, there are two different types of fencing. So you've got a slightly more secure fence around the substation for obvious reasons. And then you've got a deer fence that goes around the rest of the site.
So the cameras around the substation could have lights which came on?
I suppose in terms of the level of detail I have at the minute, I would need to check whether we've got anything on that. In terms of we are conditioning that there isn't, in terms of the kind of temporary levels of lighting for construction purposes, obviously that's to be conditioned for that to be submitted to us. And then there will be a restriction on other external lighting. It might be that there is some lighting required for security purposes around the substation, but again, that can kind of be covered by the condition.
I think so, because we could have cameras which don't need any external light.
It's as I say, I don't know the details on what CCTV cameras will be installed. They are going to be low-level cameras because they're only 3 metres high. So they're no higher than the solar panels themselves. As I say, I think it would be worth probably asking the applicant to clarify some further information on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned that we seem to be placing quite a lot of emphasis on soil management plans and relying on claims by the applicants of soil enhancement by grazing and fact. And yet in our agenda supplement on page 33 from Care Suffolk, they claim their claims of improved soil quality on solar farms are unsubstantiated by scientific evidence. And they go on to say, with regards to long-term impact of solar array on soil quality, there could be disbenefit to the soil resource due to unknowns as a result of solar development infrastructure. It is unclear to what impact the solar panels may have on soil properties such as carbon storage, structure and biodiversity. So I'm getting a little bit concerned that each of these applications now we're asking for soil management plans. How those plans relate to the issues when there doesn't seem here to be evidence that there is improvement in the soil quality by creating such structures.
So obviously the kind of representation that you refer to wasn't directly in relation to this application. Obviously I know the kind of broader relevance of it. During the inquiry that was into the first application that the resubmission of the first application that you've just heard, witness evidence was considered to be by the planning inspector, and that's where it's considered under cross-examination. was considered to be persuasive, and obviously there has to be some element of scientific evidence in terms of how that witness even was allowed to provide that evidence under cross-examination. So they have got to have some professional credentials as to how they've ended up speaking on that matter. The soil management plan, obviously, in terms of how we can word it, however, it is kind of, you know, members consider that the specific points we can really tease those out through the management plan. If it's that they, you know, want, I suppose, review mechanisms, again, that's something that, you know, we can look into. But I think what I would say is there is also no evidence to suggest that they are damaging. So it's kind of, I suppose, a double-edged sword really on that.
Thank you. Looks like we have no further questions of the officer, so I will now invite the public speakers to address the committee. And first of all, we have from Palgrave Parish Council, Neil Weston, who is going to join us via the Teams link. So hope you can hear us, Neil. We can see you.
Yes, I can hear you.
So if you would like to begin, and I will time you with a 3-minute timer. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, my apologies for not being there. This came up at a time when I had a family holiday planned, so I do apologise. Also, general comment. I mean, from the comments I've heard so far, I just wonder if this application is ready for consideration. But they're just general points. I'll now talk to the specifics here. Just 1 minute. By now, you will all be too aware of the Palgrave residents and their elected representatives' objections to this solar development. It runs deep and damages people, myself included. Ask yourselves, as a green-led council, is it right that the vast majority of local residents should be ignored? Is it right the neighbourhood plan should be ignored? Is it right that the Suffolk County Council member for Palgrave should be ignored? And is it right that our local MP, who represents Palgrave in Parliament, should be ignored on this planning application? Should it be acceptable for a solar farm twice the size of Palgrave, yes, twice the size of Palgrave, be built literally within touching distance of the village, yes, just a few metres away? That 140 acres of heavily irrigated BMV farmland be covered with solar panels when vast amounts of offshore wind energy and nuclear power will be coming on stream shortly? Should it be acceptable that slave and forced labour be used to produce these Chinese silicon panels that are shipped to Suffolk with not a great prospect of reuse or recycling? Shouldn't you refuse a development that harms our red-listed skylarks, our protected great-crested newts, and countless other large species? Shouldn't you refuse a development that causes significant harm to residents' mental health and substantial harm to valuable heritage assets? Shouldn't you, as a Green-led council, persuade the developer to think again and propose something better and more considerate to the environment and the residents of Palgrave? Ask yourselves these questions before you vote on this proposal. We, as residents of a small but beautiful Suffolk village, can only trust that you will help us and make the developer and landowner think more about the community that must live with these things and less about the profit that they are going to make over the half a lifetime that these panels will be there. Thank you for listening to this plea on behalf of the residents of Palgrave, represented by their parish council.
Thank you. If you'd just like to hang on in case there are any questions of the parish council. Any members got any questions? Councillor Elkin.
Hello, thanks for speaking to us. I just wondered if you could describe what consultation had taken place between the parish council and the community and the developer of this site.
We had a village meeting regarding in the fairly early stages to see what the general census was for this, and it was overwhelmingly against. There was only, I think, one supporter and the landowner who supported it. So in terms of consultation with the community, there's been, obviously it's been going on for a long time, there's been extensive. We've also had a number of submissions from the parish council. that have been made and discussed in open forum where members of the public have been present at parish council meetings. There has been little, if any, I think really just zero engagement with the developer. They made a tiny change early on with regards to some small setback on Millway Lane, but there's been absolutely nothing. The development, the original proposal is left as it was. There are a whole bunch of areas of the development which don't have hedging. It's not absolutely clear from there, but Millway Lane, there's a lot of the boundary that hasn't got any hedging involved. Basically, there's been very, very, very low levels of engagement. They haven't been interested in talking to the community.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Mr. Weston? Thank you very much. So I'd now like to call on an objector, Jeremy Moynihan, who's also joining us via Teams. Jeremy, if you'd like to just check you can hear us and we can see you.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you very much. So if you would like to let us know your representation, and I will time you for the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Jeremy Moynihan. My wife and I live at the old Guildhall in Palgrave, and I wish to speak on behalf of a number of objectors to the Grange Farm solar application under consideration today. This is a massive solar development right next to our village. It covers 220 acres, which is more than double the size of Palgrave, as Neil has said. The developer has not reduced the size or tried to move the boundary to easy impact on Palgrave. It is literally metres from the built-up area in Palgrave. 52% of the development will cover BMV 3A farmland, with the remaining 48% being 3B. The landowner has been the recipient of significant central grants over the years to provide irrigation for this farmland, so its value for food production has been massively enhanced at our cost. The ecological impact of the development will be huge. It will destroy a skylark breeding ground, with the only mitigation put forward by the developer is the spurious suggestion that they will be relocated. The habitat of other species will be destroyed. Ponds containing great crested newts will be isolated and disturbed. Large herds of deer and brown hares displaced due to miles of continuous fencing surrounding the entire site. This is in effect an eviction notice to the wildlife that many villagers enjoy seeing and my wife loves to photograph. The paths and quiet lanes to the west of Palgrave will be abandoned by residents due to the unsightly views that will replace the glorious ones that are currently seen. These paths and byways from the village preserve residents' mental health during the COVID pandemic, and the impact on residential amenity will be huge. Views to the west of Palgrave of the village will consist of nothing but a sea of silicon panels. Protected views identified in the neighbourhood plan will be severely compromised by the development. What is the point in protecting these views when the first development proposal rides roughshod over them? This massive development will come right to the edge of Palgrave and cause substantial harm to the listed Valley Farmhouse, the delightful Palgrave Conservation Area and the Grade 1 listed church, along with other listed assets. The development should be refused on amenity, ecological and heritage grounds, and especially for the destruction of BMV farmland which will result. According to Dr. Sandra Knapp of the Natural History Museum, the best thing that came out of the Glasgow Climate Change Summit was the recognition and articulation of the fact that we cannot solve the climate change crisis unless we also address our biodiversity loss. Both of these things together are too intrinsically linked to try to deal with them separately. The thing that really drives biodiversity loss is land use change, and that is in part driven by climate change. It is a vicious circle. We all understand the need to source renewable energy and stop the use of fossil fuels, and we don't object to solar in this respect. However, given that we currently cannot provide enough food for our population and rely to a huge degree on imported foodstuffs, sacrificing good growing land to solar can only make this problem worse. So we implore you to look at the wider picture and not support this ill-conceived industrialisation of the countryside, but instead support solar farms and panels where they belong, on roofs and brownfield sites. And I'd just like to finish by saying, Neil, I completely echo what you said. If you look at this application and the number of questions that are still unanswered, I just don't see how you can possibly recommend approval. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Again, if you'd just like to hang on in case there are any questions. Does anyone have any questions of Mr Moynihan? Councillor Harding.
I would like to ask, in terms of negotiation with the developer, has the community come up with mitigation measures or concessions that the developer might make in order to make the proposal more acceptable to the community, and what would those be? It would be very interesting to the committee to know, in what way the impact on the community could be softened, as it were.
All I can say, Councillor, is that we in the objections there were a number of suggestions, and to be perfectly frank, the consultation process was pretty much ignored by the developers.
Did you want to come back?
Yes, please. Could you give me an example or two of suggestions that were made that would make the whole proposal rather less painful to the community?
Sorry, Neil, can you help out with that one, by any chance?
Okay, if Mr Weston can answer that, that's okay.
Yes, I'm perfectly happy to talk about a couple of points. I think the closeness to the village is crazy. I think there were some suggestions about squaring up the diagonal element of it and moving further away from the village. I think that is essential from our point of view. I think also the fact that it comes so close to Millway Lane. Millway Lane is a absolutely gorgeous, quiet lane. It's used intensively for dog walking and horse riding and all of those recreational pursuits that we who live in a country love. I think the setback there should be massively improved. There is a fantastic tree line going east-west that the solar panels could be hidden behind. There's an existing tree line just meters away from where they're going to be installing the panels. That tree line should be utilised to hide the panels. Yes, it makes it smaller, but I think ultimately there's been no consideration of the community in any respect for any aspect of it at all. It's been terrible. So I think much increased setbacks on Millway Lane, because you will notice, I think, if you see the map again, there's a very small community, just a hamlet of 3 or 4 houses on Millway Farm that's surrounded on 3 sides by solar panels. I mean, I just think it's completely unacceptable that the developer, who has a choice not to do this, has chosen to do it. So I think setbacks, from the village to the west of Palgrave, so that it doesn't come within a set distance of Palgrave, say 150 metres of Palgrave. I think further setbacks from the road and setbacks from Millway Lane to the existing hedge line, which is a very well-established hedge line. Then some level of acceptability would be given to the residents of Palgrave. But where it is at the moment, they've taken the massive, the highest level of intrusion they could possibly do as close to the village. I think, frankly, if you approve this development, it would be very difficult to refuse any developments.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you to both Mr Moynihan and Mr Weston.
Thank you very much for your
We don't have a supporter. We do have the agent, Rob Shaw. If you'd like to speak now, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Rob Shaw, I represent Pathfinder Clean Energy. We're a British-based renewable energy company, and our vision is to help the country avoid the worst effects of the climate emergency and to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. Our additional priority here is to reverse the loss of biodiversity in the local area. The climate emergency is now affecting all of us, and the cost of living crisis means that many families will need to choose between heating or eating. Solar energy, helpfully, is now one of the cheapest sources of power. Our solar farm will generate clean, renewable energy for over 16,000 homes. The beauty of our solar farm is that farming will continue. The farmers are here with us today, and will continue alongside solar generation, while taking the land out of the damaging cycle of intensive agriculture. Research shows that the biggest threat to food security is actually climate change. The farmer's experience here is that the land is actually quite poor yielding and requires very significant chemical fertilizers. So leaving it fallow for the 40 years will help to improve its quality by the time the solar farm is removed. We have actually engaged very extensively with the community, and I'm happy to elaborate on that. And actually, I think their feedback has improved the scheme that's before you today. We've undertaken extensive work to identify this as an appropriate site. Following consultation, we moved the development over 100 metres away from Millway Lane and added those 30-metre buffers either side of Lion Road. We've included nearly 1.5 kilometres of new hedgerows and proposed new permissive footpaths. We've added mammal gates in answer to the question to allow permeability, and we've in principle agreed a community benefit fund of over £360,000. We used existing mature trees to screen the substation, and we've worked with the landowners, the farmers, to create habitats for wildlife to breed and to forage, and a management plan will then ensure that those are protected and maintained along with the hedgerows. And we designed the scheme to ensure there will be no noise impacts. So in summary, our site is not within a designated landscape, and the scheme is well contained despite its size. We cannot address the climate emergency by relying on rooftops and solar alone, and we must decarbonise not just homes but heat and transportation as well. So I would, along with the 130% biodiversity net gain that we are able to present, we think this is a fantastic scheme, and we'd encourage you to go with your officer's recommendation and approve this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Mr. Shaw? Councillor Matheson, was that your hand popping up there?
Note. Yeah, I was encouraged to hear, I think I heard you say that you were offering community benefits to the tune of 350,000. Yeah, I was intending to ask you if you would be doing that, which is good to hear that you are. What I was wondering about particularly is whether we could, and we could possibly consider this as conditions if we are minded to approve, in terms of providing electric vehicle charging installation at the village hall, and perhaps to pay for some of the electricity for that. You know, the details of that I need working out, I realise. And yeah, that's the yes. Sorry, that is the question. Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Would you like me to respond? Is that acceptable?
Yeah, please respond.
So, we met with the parish council on several occasions, including at the public event, and discussed various options for community benefit. One of the outcomes of that was the permissive paths that you've seen through the solar farm. One of the suggestions that we had made and others certainly raised was whether there was opportunities to put electric vehicle charging points in. I think we'd be very open to ironing out those sort of details within that sort of pot that we provisionally agreed. Whether we provide that or whether the community uses the money to provide it, we're very open to continuing that dialogue.
Thank you. If I can just follow on from that, because I too was going to ask about the Community Benefit Fund. Can you just clarify that the permissive paths are not included in that 350k, or are they also included in that 350k? And would you be receptive to have some sort of community liaison group with the community so that they get what they want out of that money rather than what we impose on them or you impose on them, because it should be really them who decide what benefits they feel that they would like.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. So there's a few things to say. So the community fund is about 360 overall. It amounts to about £9,000 per year. The permissive paths are not included in that. That will be something that will be created as part and managed as part of the solar farm itself. During the meetings we had pre-application, there was certainly a suggestion, I believe, from the parish clerk that we set up some form of community liaison. I don't see any problem with that. We welcomed it at the time. We'd be very happy to do so. It makes a lot of sense. We're going to be there for 40 years. We want to be a good neighbour. We want everyone to be able to have a means to work things out, not just through construction, but long term.
Thank you. Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. I had two questions. The first one was why this site? Why here? You said you had a 1 kilometre search area, I think, and we've had other applications in front of us which looked over a 5 kilometre site. So there was some technical explanation earlier, but obviously this is a massive solar farm next to a very small village, so it would be great to hear how this particular site was chosen. Do you want me to give my second question, or would you rather? If you don't mind, I'll answer that one, because otherwise the second question will fall out of my head, no doubt. So, as Jasmine suggested, you know, the distance away from a point of connection varies depending on the site specific. So we've got another site that's got a 5 kilometre radius. In this case, we chose a kilometre either side of the line. It's not a radius around a point. This is a very extensive line through that part of this part of Suffolk. There is all of this was submitted with our site search document. But we take a sort of very methodological, sequential approach to identifying sites. Once we've identified a location, a capacity on the grid connection, because without that we've got nothing, we then start to look at the economics, and we start to look sequentially at agricultural land grades. So we've avoided grade 1. I don't think there is any grade 1 in this part of the world, but there's plenty of grade 2. We've avoided that. And as far as possible, we've tried to avoid as much best and most versatile as we can. Clearly, we want to avoid things like landscape designation, so we're not in a valued landscape here. We're avoiding heritage ecological designation. So we sequentially knock out sites, and ultimately we weigh that against whether we've got a willing landowner. So put all those together, this was a site that we were able to bring forward and is deliverable.
Thank you. Before you go on, I understand that Mr. Weston's got his hand up on Teams. I'm sorry, Mr. Weston, it's not appropriate for you to join in the questioning here. So if I'd like to just go back to Councillor El.
Thank you. My other question was why this size? We had a pretty passionate plea from representatives of the parish. You know, they're saying they're not anti-solar, they understand why we need renewables, but does it have to be so huge? Does it have to come within 40 metres of the village? You know, could you square up a field? So, you know, I don't know how many paddles you'd lose by doing that. Could it be a little bit smaller and still be economically viable? That would reduce the impact on all of them who have to sort of live with this for the next 40 years. So yeah, why this size?
Yeah, and it's a reasonable question to ask, and it's one that, you know, we ask ourselves when we're developing, laying these sites out. Our land ownership comes right up to Palgrave. What we're trying to avoid is you know, a zoomed down a plan view only, and using that as the basis for, well, let's move it back further here. Our approach is to look from the ground where the most sensitive points are. So where we've come closer to Palgrave, just north of Lion Road, it's because there's quite extensive mature screening between them and the houses, which has allowed us to come closer. To the south, though, of Lion Road, where you've got the setback, that sort of triangular piece, it's open at the moment, so we wanted to set it further back. So we set it right so that it basically comes up to where the pylons are. So the existing overhead pylons form the boundary. And we tested that extensively through photomontages, through site visits, through our assessments, and determined that actually, we could come this close to Palgrave. But during the consultation period, legitimate concerns, some of those raised by the two speakers, which led us to set the development 30 metres back either side of Lion Road. It's an entry into the town, and therefore, we felt it would be good to set that back. So we've used the kind of on-the-ground approach to determine, is this the right sort of scale for this location? But ultimately, we are, as a nation, we've got to decarbonise. So we've got capacity for a 48 megawatt export here. That determined our ideal size, if we could possibly do it.
Thank you. Did I see Councillor Lawrence and followed by Councillor Warboys?
A couple of questions, if I may. Did I hear you right to say that this community level is actually £9,000 per year? So by 30 years' time, it's worthless, with inflation and everything else.
I believe it's inflation linked, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, so it's an inflation linked contribution. So it would be £9,000 pounds per year for the full duration of the 40 years, but index linked.
Okay, thank you. The other point is we heard from the speakers that they might consider, or maybe it would be more palpable if there was a 150-metre gap between the village and the solar cells, solar panels. Are you open to that negotiation?
So, as sort of referring back to my previous response, rather than just taking a sort of blunt, right, let's set it back a certain distance, we took a lot of care to determine which views and which edges were most sensitive. Our view, if you look and if you went down there once it's built, you would see very little on those points where you're closest to Palgrave. Where we've already set it back a substantial distance, that's because there is little screening at the moment, so we felt it was sensible to move it back. We think we've engaged very positively from the outset and throughout, and tried to address as many of the comments that have been made by Palgrave and others within the commercial realities of a scheme. This has to financially make sense, or there is no scheme. We think we've made some very considerable concessions.
Councillor Warboys.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, two brief questions. The first one is about security cameras, and we've always mentioned sort of restrictions and having permanent lighting, but are these cameras going to trigger lights, or are you going to have lights with them? Because there's going to be animals floating, walking about, which may well trigger off security lamps as well. The second question is about the nature of the deer fence in itself. Is it absolutely necessary that it's continuous? Can it be more permeable?
So there is no lighting, permanent lighting on the site. So the security cameras will not have lighting. So they are thermal. So there won't be any lighting. There is, I believe, we'd have some lighting on the substation for emergency uses only. So this isn't something that's just going to come on through a sensor. So as Jasmine noted in her presentation, if there is to be lighting, we would need to agree that in advance. But as things stand across the development, there is no lighting. The CCTV is designed to capture images from within the development, not outside, so they are pointed inwards, and they're a standard feature of any solar farm. On your second question about the deer fencing, so we have included, and this was one of the early suggestions, I think, from the community, we have included, I'll call them mammal gates. They're kind of badger gates. They're designed to allow larger mammals to pass through unimpeded. and the smaller ones, you know, this is standard fencing within that you get within the in the agricultural environment, so smaller mammals can pass through and
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. Now, the ward member, unfortunately, is unable to be here. No, but we've got the written. You've got a written thing that you've printed for me. The ward member is Councillor Weller, who was hoping to be able to get here, but he hasn't. He has sent us a written representation, which I think. Have you got a printed copy, or do I need to find it on my screen? Maybe if you can find it faster than me. I found a representation from Councillor Weller. If I can just read that out. I'd like to thank officers for their time and effort in preparing this sensitive and contentious proposal to committee. Whilst personally favouring sustainable energy production, having listened to the volume and range of objections of a body of Palgrave residents, I make two specific observations in support of those objections generally. Firstly, the cumulative effect. It is perverse at section 717 to state that insufficient information is known to the planning authority regarding a proposed adjacent solar farm when comprehensive details of that project have been publicly consulted upon by the developer. For Palgrave residents at least, the cumulative impact of multiple solar developments have been placed conspicuously before them. The wider effect of multiple developments magnifies existing material objections for wildlife, biodiversity and visual impact. Secondly, broader ethical objections relating to modern slavery and forced labour. The universities of Sheffield, Hallam and Nottingham, among others, have published contemporary research setting out evidence of human rights contraventions in the mining of raw materials used in the manufacture of solar panels. A local authority in all matters, excluding its function as a planning authority, must have regard not only to its own ethical conduct, but to that of its commissioned suppliers and contractors. It is regrettably observed that government has not made provision for ethical and moral material considerations in determining planning applications. My initial concerns regarding mitigation for skylarks in this application have been addressed by the ENSO appeal decision. I would ask the committee to consider specifically that mitigation of alternative nesting locations is conditioned for the lifetime of the solar farm if it is minded to adopt the officer's recommendation to grant approval. And I think he apologises for not being able to be here in person. So that was the comments from the ward member. So I'd now like to open this up for debate. Councillor Matheson.
Comfort break before we start.
If we must, but 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for that short break. So I'd now like to open this item up for debate. Is there anyone who would like to start? Councillor Lawrence, thank you.
My observation is that to have 220 acres of fenced land so close to the proximity of Palgrave would be abhorrent, and I wouldn't want to live there. The first thing I'd do would put my place up for sale, but probably nobody would buy it.
Thank you. Anyone else like to say anything? Or if nobody else is going to say anything, I think this is an incredibly difficult decision to make, actually, because I completely understand the concerns of the residents of Palgrave, and I'm still a little bit at a loss as to why that corner, that sort of easternmost protrusion of the site does come so close to the built-up area of Palgrave. I've just actually taken a look at a Google Street View along that road, and the applicant talked about some natural screening. Well, it's just the corner of a field. There's nothing in the field. So, you know, couldn't we just move that back another 40 metres? Okay, let's have a compromise. The villagers wanted 150 metres and you've got 40 metres. So can we come join in the middle and make it about 80 or something? So it's not quite so close. But it is extremely difficult decision for us to make because there is this, you know, pulling, do we want the land for food production? Do we want the land for energy production? Having all that fencing does make it look a little bit industrial. But we have heard in our other cases about biodiversity net gain because having a solar farm with hedging and grass is actually more biodiverse than a great field of arable crop. You know, and we've heard, I think we're reassured that the fencing will allow most of our mammals to get through, but not the deer. And I think we in this nation have a strange relationship with deer. On the one hand, we want to preserve it, and then they cull them in Ickworth Park anyway. You know, you're not allowed to hit them on the road, but let's go and shoot them later. I'm not quite sure where deer sit in our biodiverse food you know, natural environment. So I'm very torn on this development because it is just so very big. And you know, couldn't they have just pulled it back a little bit further from the village? It wouldn't have made that much difference to the number of solar panels. But anyway, I'll listen to what others have got to say. But I think we're going to be very torn on this decision. Thank you. Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, well, there's not much point wasting a lot of words echoing what the chair's already said. Yes, it is difficult. One of the things I wondered about in terms of mitigation and of the food issue and also maximising the improvement of the soil, can we actually condition requiring grazing to take place, or is that something that's beyond our remit?
Is that something that either of you can comment on?
At the minute, I don't think there is anything we can do condition-wise because, say, hypothetically, if the solar farm wasn't even coming forward, all land basically starts off as agricultural land, so there is absolutely no requirement for anyone to do anything on that bit of land. Farming could cease tomorrow. It's possible that we could maybe put a condition on that related to a scheme of kind of what they plan to do to be submitted to us, but again, I don't think there is any way we could kind of say you have to have livestock on. I don't see how we can enforce, or even if that's reasonable.
No, but it's a difficult one. I mean, we could include something in the soil management plan, that the soil management plan could include measures such as grazing to encourage it, but I think you're right, I don't think there's a way we could require it to happen.
if I could come back on that, Chair. I've got my note here says that the appeal, page 105, the appeal. Well, perhaps that is the yes. Yes, paragraph 415 summarises the appeal, and the inspector there seems to be suggesting that the grazing can be secured by planning condition. That was it. That was in the interest of soil quality rather than actually producing some lamb or mutton. But nevertheless, I think that's what I was depending.
Well, I think in terms of that specific appeal decision, it's not that we are including a condition, or rather the inspector included a condition that required grazing. It was more wrapped up in the benefits of that soil management. So obviously if they're saying there is a soil, benefit, I suppose, and we're doing all these things in order to do it, fine. I think it comes down to the whole, we just can't require someone to graze on that bit of land. It's like saying to a farmer somewhere, on any bit of land, you have to farm it. We have no control over that.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham, I think you had your hand up.
I'm very struck by this difference between what the applicant and the objectors are saying about the level of negotiation. And the agent is saying that they've negotiated and taken into account what the parish has said, but I think we'll really take notice of what the residents feel about it. And it seems to me that there ought to be room for much more a much more conciliatory approach from the company and the applicant to satisfying what the parish and the residents are saying. They made a couple of pretty straightforward points when I asked the question earlier, echoing for one thing what the chairman has said about widening the gap between the solar farm and Palgrave, and they also commented on the whatever you call it, the gap between Millway and where the farm starts. They commented that there is a line of trees there which could be used as a boundary for the solar farm. So is there room to throw it back at the applicant, see if they can come back with a scheme which is more acceptable or less unacceptable to the residents?
Gemma?
And that's a general comment to the committee, but it's a question of whether there is any room for a renegotiation here.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Chair. So normally we'll advise you that you've got to determine the application in front of you.
Yes.
Having said that, there is the opportunity to defer if there are specific things. They sound fairly specific. It might be something that we could possibly perhaps defer to Ian, that we might be able to ask the applicant if this is a remote possibility, we could take it away and we defer for particular grounds. If it's a no, this is our application, please determine it, that might lead us somewhere different. You can tempt that in.
So does that mean you just need to go and ask the applicant? Do we just need to close the meeting while you have a word, or?
Yeah, I think that might be helpful.
So if we just have 5 minutes, just to see if that is a viable option.
Let me just triple check if that's right, Chair. So what we are thinking about as particular concerns were with the proximity to the village, particularly whether there's any wiggle room there, the setback to Millway, and moving the panels behind the tree line. Was it also squaring off the field?
I think there was something to do with the squaring off the field. I wasn't quite sure what they meant. Maybe could we just have the map up on the screen and just to clarify what exactly we mean by squaring off?
I think the squaring up was just to take the line where we've got this diagonal line reaching up towards Palgrave. It was
If we just have a look on the map, just so that I can visualise what you're looking at there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to look at the map before we.
So I think is it talking about green this specifically because that is the area that is closest to.
Yeah.
So I suppose how far in is an acceptable?
Well, I suppose if we did have the opportunity to defer it, maybe we could see what the applicant, how far back the applicant is prepared to bring that edge. But anyway, I'll just have Councillor Lawrence, I think, wants to come in.
Thank you. Yes, don't think we should forget the fact they also drew attention that there was a hamlet of 3 houses surrounded on 3 sides by solar panels. And I'm a bit cautious on this approach at the moment because there doesn't seem to have been willingness, so we hear, to negotiate with the parishes beforehand. And I'm not sure it's our position to take on that negotiating position now directly with the applicant here today. Because how do we don't know. We could come to are we not digging ourselves a hole by getting an approach and then saying, well, the parish, we could agree to something that the parishes still find abhorrent.
Well, the parish have made some representations, and I think they've got some suggestions in their representations, haven't they? Is that, or would it, if we did ask the applicant to go back, would the parish then have be able to re-comment on the resubmitted site plan?
Yes, I think we would probably send them a reconsultation out, for them to comment on the scheme.
Want to say something, Mr.
Well, just
Brown?
that there is a legal point about if an planning application is effectively changed, there are legal points to do with whether it's so different that you need to, at the very least, do reconsultation to avoid unfairness. I think also make the point replying to Councillor Lawrence that you wouldn't be making any promises. You can't legally make any promises of your successor, the next committee, which might not be exactly the same membership anyway. So I think that's understood.
So do we just want to close the meeting for 5 minutes just for you to just see if that is a sensible suggestion, whether the applicant is willing to reconsider? Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Over to you, Gemma.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that time, members. Much appreciated. I think that was a helpful conversation. I think we have had a conversation that confirms they can make some amendments, and some of those would cover the issues that the parish in particular raised. So I'll let Jasmine run through the amendments in a second, but so we've got some we can and some we couldn't do. But if we could agree to that, defer for amendments, such as we're talking about, this will obviously have to be confirmed. Would we consult on those amendments so the parish would get their opportunity to comment again? And what we'd also like to suggest is that we have, we can come back with some wording about optimising grazing for soil quality. We've had a bit of a further conversation about that, so hopefully that's some reassurance that we think we could actually come up with a conversation. It would be to optimise it rather than require it and that kind of thing, but we think we could come back with some wording on that basis, if that's acceptable. But
could we have a bit of quiet, because the sound quality in this room is not good and it sort of echoes round, and people are struggling to hear. So if you're listening, please could you just be quiet, because it's difficult to hear over the hubbub. Thank you. Jasmine.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of the amendments, I don't know if, let's see if you could get the site location plan up, that might be kind of handy. Right, so in terms, I'm just going to see if I can do, no.
the later one, I think.
Yeah, hang on. This is really terrible. There we go, right. So one of the amendments that could be made is this could be pulled, so this boundary here can be pulled further in. I think it would be a total of about 120 metres is what we'd be looking at from the edge of the settlement boundary, not from where this is currently located, which would mean, I mean, there's 40 metres already between there, so it's pulling it further back. So that's one of the potential amendments. The grazing as well is something that either the landowner or the applicant has already confirmed they are planning to do it. So it's a kind of either or, it doesn't matter who does it, it's likely to be done anyway. But notwithstanding that, as Gemma's already confirmed, we'd be looking to secure it via the soil management kind of plan and roll it into that, because that is pretty much the only way that it would be a reasonable condition and meet the 6 tests to be imposed. The only thing that is not going to be a viable amendment is that the boundary for Millway Lane even, is pulled further. This has already been amended, and this is about as far as it can go without kind of undermining the viability of the scheme, because a significant amount would have to be pulled either way, in either direction. So that's basically a summary of the amendments.
So basically, what I think Councillor Hardingham was suggesting was that we deferred it for the applicant to come back and formalise that as a proposal, and then we would reconsider it at another future committee date and determine that on its merits. Is that what we're?
Yes, I think
I think is what we want a proposal to do.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. Councillor Lawrence.
Can I just ask, will the parishes and residents be asked on these changes? Will they be consulted?
Yes, they'll be reconsulted.
Will that be another full 6-week consultation period, or will it be a compressed consultation period?
The consultation period is actually only ever a maximum of 21 days, but I don't know if it would be 21 or 14, because for reconsultations we tend to do 14. It would probably depend.
I think we'd want to take that way and confirm, but we absolutely would be looking to reconsult, and I'm happy to put that in the resolution if that's where members would like us to go with.
And of course, all the, if it comes back to committee, the parish council and the objector will still have a chance to say their piece at a future committee date as well. And there's no guarantee that we, it's still up to us to make the determination at that future committee. Councillor Hardingham, seeing as you made this suggestion, are you willing to make this as a formal proposal?
Yes, I'm not quite sure of the correct wording, but I'd be happy to propose that we defer the decision for a reconsultation.
Do we have some words, Gemma?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we need a seconder first before we get those words? Councillor Elkin. You're prepared to second?
Right, thank you. So what my suggestion is that we are deferring to seek amendments, and that is to agree a condition to optimise grazing for soil quality, the amendment to the distance to the village, and reconsult on those amendments.
Are you happy with that proposer and seconder?
Yes.
Okay, so can I now... Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, while we're tidying up and everything, I just wanted to ask whether, when it comes back, we can perhaps take on Councillor Weller's request for the skylark mitigation to be specifically for the lifetime of the solar farm, which is what he asked for.
What is the current skylark mitigation? Is that not...
They tend to be, I think it's about 10 years, isn't it, as a standard thing across all developments. I'm not sure whether it would be reasonable or necessary, and I don't know whether it would meet the 6 tests, really, of a condition.
Yeah, I think we might struggle with that one. So on a housing development, which is obviously pretty permanent, you're looking at only 10 years. And it is a difficult one with skylarks, I appreciate, but they do move on. So I know I think one of the developments in Stowmarket, the mitigation somewhere up near Saxmundham, and you sort of think, that's quite a long way, but apparently, according to the ecologists, the view from way up high is sufficient that they will pick a field, even in some further distance, and they're not as territorial as perhaps other species are. And we can take it away and ask the question, but perhaps leave it off the resolution if that's something members are content with.
Yeah, quite happy with that. I mean, I think that the officers have got the opportunity to find out if it's a reasonable condition or not, and when they bring it back. Right.
Does anyone else have any other things to say about the this new proposal for deferral? Anyone else want to say anything? If not, then I will ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote. And I presume is it just as written, as just read out?
Yeah, I just amended that to read the application be deferred for the reasons as read out by the area planning manager. Members, that vote is now in progress. Thank you. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 8 votes for a deferral.
Thank you. So that we'll look forward to seeing this one back in committee in a few weeks' time. And I now propose that we stop for lunch. It's approximately 1:30. I think the cafeteria, the canteen is open till about 2, isn't it? So it's 45. Shall we say 2:15? Is that going to be long enough? So if we take a break now until 2:15. I'm sorry the Bramford ones have had to wait, but maybe it's been interesting listening. And I'll see you all again at 2:15. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back after the lunch break. We are now at item 7C, which is DC 2104711, land north of Ty Lane, Bramford. And I will now invite the case officer, Bron Curtis, to introduce the application to the committee via Teams.
Thank you, Chair. I will continue your trifecta of solar items for today with this presentation. So the application, as you just heard, land north of Ty Lane in Bramford. This is referred to as the EDF application. The applicant is EDF. You have the site location plan on an aerial view just so that you can see context in relation to the main built-up area of Bramford Village, and you can just see the National Grid substation off the bottom there, and the East Anglia 1 and East Anglia 3 sites, which I referred to in the ENSO presentation this morning. So you've got the context in the area, and your site location plan gives a bit more of that detail. This plan is useful to show the extensive right-of-way network in the area, shown with the green dashed lines, which includes routes passing through the site and adjacent to the site boundaries in some cases. Constraints plan showing that the site is outside the designated special landscape area, but just a little way to the east of that. Have some flood risk areas from rivers and other watercourses just to the north and east. And again, you can see relationship to the main built-up area of Bramford. You can also see parts of other settlements, Floaton, Somersham, and the rights-of-way network on this image. This is slightly distorted, but I was trying to make it as large as possible. This is the agricultural land classification plan, so the BMV, with the light yellowish colour 3A BMV and the dark greenish colour 3B, so not BMV. The split is approximately 50-50. Oh, that plan actually is also quite useful to show the overhead route of the overhead lines. You'll see a lot more of that in the photographs in a moment, but there's a lot of overhead lines that come into Bramford sub, and they cross close to and over this site in places, as you can see there. That just gives a bit of an idea of how the development is laid out. There's some gaps through the centre of the site to allow for easement over Cadent-owned gas main, which is why there's not development proposed across the entire site, but there are some spaces. You can also see in this image gaps for Oxen Covert, little area of wooded, and you've also got, within the applicant's ownership but not part of the application site, a agricultural pad and grain store building, and then Copenhagen Cottage and the associated Sage Hill, Little Sage Hill camping and caravan site is in this sort of triangular section out here, so that you can see that the site goes around with the boundaries of that property. And then you've got context with some of the other properties that you can see along Ty Lane, which is here, and Somersham Road, including Rutters Farm, which is the Grade 2 listed building adjoining the site at this point here. This plan is the plan that I showed you earlier, but it's the context for the cumulative impact assessment. Again, this application...
Could you just hang on a minute, Bron? Councillor Haddingham is waving.
Could we ask Bron to change her cursor to red so we can see it a bit better?
Is that possible?
Can you do that? Thank you.
I'm not sure how to do that. Hang on a second.
Ron, if you right-click on the presentation and you go to pointer options, and then it's the laser pointer. If you go to the laser one...
Hang on, it's not letting me get... Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Ooh,
there we go. Is that better?
Sorry to interrupt you.
Not a problem. Anything to make it easy to understand. There's a lot of information here. So yeah, this application is EIA development, the same and for the same reason as the ENSO and Statcraft have been screened in as EIA on the basis of the potential for cumulative effects. So it doesn't make any difference to the way that we deal with the applications and the consideration that we give to the various issues. It makes a difference to the way we ask the applicant to assess the various issues and the type of information that they submit to us in the form of an environmental statement. And I can confirm that we have notified the Secretary of State of this EIA development, and they have acknowledged that, and that the relevant time period for that notification has lapsed. Elevation drawings showing solar panels. This is just for benefit of seeing the height of the panels. So you've got they're all very similar, but slightly lower than ENSO and the ones that you've heard about Palgrave earlier today. So 2.4 with a lower height of 0.8. And then the access point is from Tie Lane. Proposal includes some improvements to that access to improve visibility. So you can just see beneath this dark grey the existing access apron and existing access track up to the agricultural pad and grain store there. And then the dark grey is showing you the proposed works. Also on Tie Lane, which I'll show you in another slide in a second, are proposed passing bays, which are these. I'm hoping that you can see these plans okay. You've got a small addition to the access apron works at the access to create a passing bay space there in addition to the access. And then also slightly further down Tie Lane towards the junction with the B113 Lorraine Way, another passing bay proposed, and then a third one again closer down. So I've split this drawing into two just so that I can fit it on, and you can see that, so there's 3 proposed in total between the site access and the junction with Lorraine Way. This plan gives some indication of the submitted proposed landscape mitigation, and I'll run through the advice that we had from your landscape advisor about and what's in the recommendation in terms of taking that on board and adding to that. And so these are the slides for the site. So this is starting at the edge of the boundary of Rutters Farm. You can just see their boundary vegetation in the centre left here. This is looking over the site as it was at the time. You can see the pylons in the background, which go up and then around Copenhagen Cottage, which sort of sits over in that sort of centre background. And then turning round from that point, looking further northwards towards Little Blakenham, looking over a bit more of the site. So again, you see those pylons in the background. And then walking to where those pylons are roughly, there's a footpath number 8, which is the northern boundary of the site, and then looking back towards Bramford, so looking in the other direction from the view that you've just seen. This is a view that I've stolen from Street View from Tie Lane. Looking, you can just see in the background here, that is the agricultural grain store with pad, which is served by the access point, which is to be the access for the development as well. But this is part of the field that would have solar development on it. And you can see where I've described in the report that some parts of Tie Lane have mature vegetation and that views are intermittent, but there are other stretches of Tie Lane which are more like this, where they're fairly open. There is mitigation planting proposed, but this is the existing sort of view. And then the existing access that would be used for the site, which currently goes to the agricultural grain store and pad. And that's just looking at it from a slightly different angle. And that's looking across the site from that little bit further up that access point and right of way, looking northwards over the site. and you can get a better sense here of the change in level. And this is from that same point, from that access footpath looking west. And then moving west, so going towards the common, I'm moving west and taking views across the site from Tye Lane. Moving up the hill, the point at which the pylons cross. And then at the western side of the site, there are parts of the footpath network which are near to Tye Farm, and they come through beside the boundaries of a couple of properties, and then they come onto the site just off Tye Lane, and then go around the site boundary. You can see, so this is the highest part of the site, looking northwards, and then that view turned around slightly, looking east. And then I've got some visualisation images that I've taken from the LVIA documents that were submitted, and some wider landscape views in here. So you can see this is again so back onto the Somersham Road at footpath 8, and you can see that the immediate parcel of land at that point is not part of the application site. There's sort of a triangle that's excluded, but there's the panels in the centre background as they would likely appear from that viewpoint. This is a wider landscape view at the footpath at Little Blakenham Hall, looking south towards the site. So you're getting a sense of wirescape and rural landscape here, and undulation of the landscape. And again, this is a visualisation view, so similar point, the footpath at Little Blakenham Hall, and you're looking towards the site and you can see the panels superimposed onto the image to see what it would look like in that view. And then we've got a wider landscape view taken from the footpath just south of Somersham, looking southeast towards the site. This is the view as is, and this is the visualisation. So you can see the difference. You can really see is that is part of the site that's visible, where that tree is, and behind that, not green now, panel coloured in the visualisation. And from the images that I showed you at the footpaths close to Tye House that are on the highest and western part of the site, visualisation of the development there. And I've included this image of the junction of Tye Lane and Lorraine Way, the B713, because this part of the road in particular down here it gets a lot of surface water flooding, and there's a lot of concerns that have come from objectors regarding the impact of the development on that. The information on generation, so the approximate electricity needs of 14.5, that's 14,500, it's not 145. I was trigger happy with the zeros, I'm afraid. 14,500 average households, and that might also be a trigger happy. I'll double check that, the CO2 offset. That is to remind me to talk to you about sheep if we get to it. I'll just run through the late papers, sorry, the tabled papers, because as well as what you have on your on the file before the agenda was published, we've had some additional papers that came in earlier this week. So in your tabled papers you have a representation from Mr. Ballard, which you've probably had a chance to read in very brief summary. It deals with the interpretation of policy and how that applies to the determination of the application. Then a representation from Wilson Ray on behalf of Little Sage Hill Caravan and Campsite, that's at Copenhagen Cottage, which, let me just show you where that is again, so you can see, because they are concerned about Oh, sorry, that pointer's gone again. So there. And again, there's various matters on how the report has been written and how the matters are presented to you that are raised on their behalf. That party have also submitted a document which is entitled a speech from them, which is not accepted as a tabled paper because it comes from the same party, but it is on the file, and it gives a commentary on what it might be like to be a guest at the caravan and campsite, in respect of the issues that are already raised on behalf of this party by their agent in the Wilson rate letter. So there's not really anything substantively different about the issues that they're raising, but if you'd like me to go into the details of their speech in a moment, I can do. And you'll also have a representation from Care Suffolk, which has again various issues regarding matters that are in the report and matters that are in the submission, which no doubt you've had a chance to read already. And then at page 29 there's a summary of the appendices that were submitted with that representation, which are letters from DLUC and Natural England in respect of inquiries to do with the impact of solar development on soil quality. And the other three appendices are appeal decisions, all of which have been added to your summary of appeals document, which is then further down that page, starting on page 29. We're in the same realms of principle, etc., that you've already heard previously today in terms of renewable energy development. What we're dealing with now obviously is a different site and a different set of impacts. The number of concerns that we've had from objectors and other interested parties range across the whole issue of the different material considerations. Some of the most significant of those I'll just summarise. You'll have had a chance to read the report and can obviously ask any questions, but you can see from this image, and as we've already touched on previously, one of the most significant impacts from solar development is its visual impact in the landscape. I've shown you some of the images of the site and surrounding area so you can get a sense of how open the site is to some views, particularly from the rights of way, because they are immediate, direct and open as they currently are. You can also get a sense, hopefully from those photos and what I've described, of how the site sits within the landscape and how the landscape is experienced. And so you should hopefully be able to get a sense of the impact of the development, changing the site from its current agricultural arable land to being used for solar generation. The conclusion, as you see in your report, is that the advice from the landscape advisor is that it's inevitable that there would be a significant adverse impact. That is accepted, that there is going to be a significant adverse landscape impact from the proposal, and you'll see how I've dealt with that in the weighing of the planning balance overall against public benefits. Moving on then to users of rights of way, there's also been concerns about the impacts that the development would have on the experience of rights of way users. And as you can see from this slide, where the rights of way network passes, there's an extensive right of way network, lots of different options for walking routes, and those pass through the site and adjacent to the site. Again, those visual impacts will be experienced most predominantly from users of the right of way. There is a degree of mitigation proposed in terms of some mitigatory visual planting, and you can see in the recommendation information board strategy, which is a similar approach that we've taken with the ENSO decision, so following the same sort of route for that. Moving on to heritage and listed buildings, the applicant has submitted substantial evidence relating to archaeological deposits, now to the satisfaction of County Council, subject to conditions. We can deal easily with that and ensure that we are safeguarding in accordance with policy below ground assets. there are listed buildings and buildings that are claimed to be undesignated heritage assets in the wider landscape, which have been assessed. The most impacted is Grade 2 listed Rutters Farm, which is directly adjacent to the site here in the corner on Somersham Road, and there are other buildings which I've listed in the heritage section. Overall advice from your heritage advisor is that there would be a low level of less than substantial harm, and I've carried out the weighing exercise that's required by the NPPF and the relevant legislation in terms of the balance of that harm against the public benefits of the development. There has also been concerns regarding flood risk. If I take back to the this way constraints plan. So the site is in flood zone 1 for fluvial flooding, so that's flooding from rivers. You can see the watercourses are over here. The information we have from the Environment Agency and the LFA don't actually show any surface water flood risk for the site, but the applicant has submitted a site-specific flood risk assessment, which does reveal some susceptibility to surface water flooding, particularly along the tie lane boundary of the site. And you'll have seen from the photographs the levels of the site and the way that the land falls down towards tie lane because of the agricultural nature of the site as it is. That is what's called flashy. It means that if there's a lot of rainfall, that percolates through the soil very easily and quickly and then onto the road as the lowest point. And as I said, that there's been a number of incidents of surface water flooding reported along the highway. The development includes measures to control surface water runoff and to ensure that the rate that exists is maintained and improved where it is along Tie Lane. You can see that you've got a recommendation for a surface water drainage scheme to be agreed so that we can ensure the proposal is for swales along this southern boundary with Tie Lane to ensure that surface water runoff doesn't then make it onto the road as a result of the development. You've got other matters in the report that deal with things like noise and residential amenity, biodiversity. I have put in the report that I would give you an update on matters of skylight mitigation, because at the time of writing we still had to resolve that between the applicant and our ecologist advisor. We do now have submitted an outline mitigation strategy that's still with the ecologist just to confirm that he's satisfied, but he has advised that that's likely to be something that he can accept and that he would confirm conditions. So I'd just like to clarify the recommendation in your papers is we're looking for a minded to resolution today rather than a decision, and then a delegation of that decision to the Chief Planning Officer once we have resolved to the satisfaction of the Chief Planning Officer and the ecologist advisor those matters relating to skylarks. I'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from members? Councillor Penny.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that the agricultural grain store has solar panels on its roof. Could it be included as part of this development to show that they can be mounted on roofs too?
It is not part of the red line site of this development and is not part of the description of this development, so it doesn't fall within the scope of this application or the decision you'll be making today. The policy that you have in your core strategy requires new buildings of over, I think it's 10,000 square metres to have 10% of its energy needs met by renewable sources. So that building would have been too small for that whenever it was built. It was very likely a PD building anyway, meaning that we just don't have the control over it that I think you're seeking, Councillor. But I will certainly leave to the applicant whether they are willing to offer anything unilaterally.
Thank you. I got your hand there, Councillor Caston. Any of the other members of the Planning Committee got a question? Councillor Elkin?
Thank you. We've sort of heard some concerns from the owners of the campsite on various grounds, one of which was that they would be impacted by flooding, or it could be, and they mentioned that there wasn't any drainage included in the plans to protect them specifically. I just wondered if you could clarify that for us a little bit. You mentioned swales being added to stop water running onto Tye Lane, but I wonder if you could talk about the campsite. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So the records of surface water flooding incidents are only on Tye Lane, as have been reported, and are available to us. So that is where the highest risk of that incident occurring is, which is why the majority of the design of the surface water drainage strategy focuses on that part of the site. But the flood risk assessment does show that they are able to carry out the development whilst maintaining the existing rate of runoff, therefore not increasing the existing rate of runoff from the site to any property elsewhere. One of the principles of flood risk in terms of assessing development is that the development should be safe for its lifetime, but should also not increase flood risk elsewhere. As an additional safeguard, you have a condition recommended to agree a surface water drainage strategy with the County Council lead local flood authority. So the applicant will be required to submit precise details of how they're managing surface water, and we can include specific provision for them to demonstrate the impacts on Copenhagen Cottage if councillors feel that that's necessary.
Councillor Haddingham.
Thanks. Just a quickie, Bron. I'm back at the campsite. They were talking about the noise of the hum. Is that true? Is that a worry that they make a hum the whole time?
With any electrical installation, there is a hum of, in a very general sense. The noisiest thing about solar developments that we tend to get is when there is battery storage, because they come with fire suppression equipment that is more mechanical. There's sort of ventilation, etc. There is no battery storage proposed for this development. This is just solar. The application documents include a noise impact assessment, which has been carried out in accordance with the relevant British standards, assessed by your environmental health officers and accepted as having no observed effect, which is the lowest impact level that assessment can conclude in terms of background noise. I appreciate that the people who live at Copenhagen Cottage and operate the business there are also concerned about visitors who might be sleeping under canvas rather than being in a building that might have better sound attenuation because of its fabric. The information that we have from the noise assessment is that there would be no discernible difference between the existing background, so there would not be anything perceptible as far as we're advised.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Councillor Matheson, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, paragraph 10.5, glint and glare. I see there that the mitigation will reduce when the planting, reducing it after maturity and so on. The other application we've looked at has temporary screening so that the mitigation is satisfactory from the outset, and I wonder why we shouldn't be conditioning the same thing here.
So you can see at 10.5 that the conclusion in the assessment is that when the mitigation planting is first planted, that level of impact would be reduced to low, and then at maturity that level of impact would be reduced to none. So I was concluding that that was sufficient to deal with the degree of risk, but happy to take instruction from councillors if you feel we need to be a bit tighter on that matter.
Well, it is a little difficult to understand how, you know, putting in some hedging or something will, you know, given the height of the panels and everything, it's quite hard to envisage, actually, you know, until the hedge is some years old, how it would have any effect at all, really.
I can explain a little bit. It's to do with the time of year, the time of day, and the degree at which the light hits the panels and at which the panels are in relation to the receptor. And sometimes those are so shallow that actually something very small would achieve something very quickly.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. Is there any provision in this, should in 12 years' time a much better technology be available and all of those panels need to be changed for something far more efficient or better in some way for obviously vehicle movements? Would that be something that could just be done, or would that have to be discussed by the council?
That would very likely need a new application. It would depend exactly what was being proposed. I'm thinking of some comparisons. We have had changes of tech which have affected some of the battery storage developments that we have permitted on Bullen Lane, which have been dealt with by applications which are not referred to committee, and equally are not subject to public consultation. We could condition that if members were concerned. It would depend on what the question was as to, and how material the difference was. That's the test, the materiality. Applications that don't require further consultation are non-material amendments, so they are changes that are so small as to not be a material change to the scope of the permission that's already granted. And then you can have minor material amendments, which usually come to us as something called a Section 73 application, a variation of the original application to seek to agree alternative drawings or layout or whatever it may be. That would come back to you as a renewable energy development under your current scheme of delegation.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Custon?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Penny.
I was going to ask something similar to what Councillor Caston has just asked, but also on this application there's a temporary limit of 35 years, whereas the other two we've looked at was 40 years. Is it due to the quality of the panels, or do we know why?
My understanding is that it's to do with the connection agreement with National Grid to export to the grid, predominantly.
Thank you. If I may ask my couple of questions. Can you please identify on the plan the vehicular access to the campsite and where caravans are likely to be going? That's my first question. Because we've talked a lot about the fact that Copenhagen Cottage is surrounded by the panels, but how does the caravans actually get there?
Ron, you're on mute, sorry.
Thank you. I knew I'd do that at some point today. Right. So yeah, where my pointer is now, and I can show you the photos again if you'd like to. So that is the access to the existing agricultural grain store and pad. It's also a right of way, and the track goes up to Copenhagen Cottage and the campsite here. So the access is there. And that's the reason why you have the passing bays, the 3 passing bays, more or less here, here and here, to satisfy highways in terms of the construction period, the 6-month construction period for the vehicles that would potentially be meeting other vehicles along Tie Lane during that period.
Thank you. My other question relates to Tie Lane, which I believe has been designated as a quiet lane, and I think is part of the National Cycle Network. And has any comments or mitigation, given that anything registered as a quiet lane is effectively encouraging horse riders, pedestrians, runners, cyclists to use it, particularly during the construction phase when there will be large trucks and what have you going up, albeit only a short section, but it's still part of the quiet lane.
Thank you. So quiet lane designation is not a statutory designation, but it is acknowledging that the mixed use type nature of usually rural lanes for cycling, walking, horse riding, but that those coexist with motorised vehicles as well. We do have a recommendation for a construction transport management plan. We can very easily make that ensure that it includes provision for the management of interactions with other users of Tie Lane. And there's already proposals for banksmen to deal with the interaction with the rights of way users.
And I think it appears to be part of the cycle network Route 48, which I think might actually only be a regional cycle route, but does that have any legal standing?
No.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you. In the Care Suffolk supplementary report in the supplementary agenda on page 34, they make reference to the Mid Suffolk Council's 2018 settlement sensitivity report, and in that report it makes a reference to Bramford, and it says this area is sensitive to development where it appear visually prominent on the valley slopes. Where it would appear visually prominent on the valley slopes, development should not rise onto higher undulations or upper valley slopes, which would be uncharacteristic, which would seem to me that in one area we're going to say this is having a significant impact on the landscape, and yet your report seems to play that down.
Thank you. I'm definitely concluding that there would be a significant adverse impact on the landscape. I would like to be clear that that is definitely the case. That's the advice that we've had from your landscape advisor, and that's the conclusion in the report. The assessment, the sensitivity assessment that's referred to, was carried out by Alison Farmer Associates. In the very first pages of that report, it explains how to use the document, and it says that there is no conclusions from the report can be used to permit or refuse development in its own right. So it is a contextual piece of information, the same as all other evidence-based documents and information that we have to use to build the context of issues and material considerations in the assessment of any application.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the officer? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. Going back to the campsite again, I just wondered, they're obviously sufficiently worried about the change to their location that, you know, they fear they could basically be put out of business. I just wondered if your economic development colleagues had any thoughts on that, if you could advise us on how we should weigh that up. Obviously we can't predict the future, but if there's any guidance you could give us, that would be helpful.
There hasn't been any concerns raised directly from our economic development team. Obviously you've seen the concerns raised by the operators of the campsite, caravan site themselves. It might be relevant at this point to refer to the conclusions of the inspector in the ENSO appeal, because matters of impact on tourism came up in that application as well, in which he gave a general view of all of the economic type impacts of the development, that there would actually be job creation as well as any perceived negative impacts, and that he concluded that he didn't feel that the development in its own right would be something that would dissuade people from taking a holiday. I appreciate this is different because there is a different relationship of the site to the tourist site, But I think it might be worth just considering that in the rounds of what already exists in the landscape. So you can see from this image the route of the pylons, and the fact that this as agricultural land, we have very limited control over what could happen there. So there could be very intensive spraying and working of the land, which would be different after this development. I'm not saying it would be better or worse, but there would be a different type of impact from there not being noisy animals, for example, pig rearing particularly noisy, or something like that, which I think becomes difficult because it becomes very subjective as to what you consider something that would dissuade you from taking a holiday somewhere. Personally, I wouldn't mind going on holiday somewhere near solar panels, but that's probably just me.
Thank you. If there are no... Councillor Hardingham.
Thank you. I'm just wondering about the impact on Tie Lane. I think we're all familiar with the effect on a narrow country lane like that of having suddenly a whole lot of extra construction traffic going along it, how the verges get eroded and so on, and the road gets wider and wider. Is there any possibility of a reinstatement scheme to return Tie Lane to its original condition once construction work is over?
We can certainly consider that as part of the construction transport management plan. I'll just remind you that there are 3 additional passing bays being proposed as part of the development. That's in response to the advice from Suffolk County Council, who, subject to conditions to also secure appropriate access, visibility, etc., were satisfied that there would not be an impact that would reach the MPPF threshold for refusal on highway grounds, which has to be significant adverse.
Yeah, I was going to come back to it when we got round to conditions and things, but there is actually a condition recommended for repairs to any highway damage, and I've got a note that I've added onto that that I was going to suggest to the parish councils around about that they took photographs before the start of the work, because I recall a situation like that involving A14 diversions affecting the Chair's parish even, I think, where you know, getting the evidence beforehand was extremely valuable. So I think we have covered that to a point already, as it happens in the conditions.
So that wasn't really a question, that was more an observation, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. But anyway, whilst we're on the subject of the Tie Lane and the proposed passing bays, Tie Lane looks to me as if it's slightly sunken lane with quite extensive trees on one side. Can we be assured that the creation of the passing bays is not going to result in any loss of hedgerow or trees?
Thank you, Chair. So you can see from the plan showing the passing bays that they're all on the northern site, which is within the application site and therefore within the control of the applicant, as well as the highway authority to some extent, it being part highway land. So there is then the potential for, well, the proposed condition for landscaping will include landscaping behind those works. So of the development that is the panels rather than the development that is the passing bays, if that makes sense. So there would be screening controlled between the passing bays and the panels to the north.
So assuming that means that some of those older hedge trees are likely to be removed, they'll minimum will get them replaced with other screening, but I guess that's something for later. If there are no further questions from members, we'll now invite the public speakers to address the committee. And again, we have Bramford Parish Council, Caroline Walton. Same again from this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bramford Parish Council accepts the need for and supports renewable energy, however, not at any cost and disregard to the community hosting it. This application sprawls over multiple agricultural fields producing crops for our ever-growing population. Fields classed as best and most versatile. The agricultural production would cease completely because EDF are asking for a change of land use. It would destroy the most protected habitats of the skylarks, which we've already spoke about and hopefully is already being covered. And the development would sit on high valley slopes and an open plateau, obliterating panoramic and long-distance rural vistas of rolling countryside hills. Your landscape officer stated there would be significant landscape harm and proposed screening was inadequate. Residents of Bramford and visitors will be greatly affected visually, as it will be seen from many homes in the village and nearby Ipswich, as well as adjacent to a main route to and from the village along the B113. The site engulfs 3 sides of Little Sage Hill Caravan Site and Copenhagen Cottage. The noise, intrusion, access disruption, wildlife displacement and loss of rural identity threatens the existence of this local tourist business, which prides itself on being a relaxing getaway. Other businesses and private residences, including Grade 2 listed Rutters Farm, also have panels within a few metres of their garden boundary in heritage settings. A planted buffer is not a sufficient solution as the development rises onto higher undulations and upper valley slopes which would remain highly visible. The applicant has listed Tye Lane as the access road to the site with no alternative. Bramford Parish Council, Highways and even the site manager of a contractor already working on site has expressed great concern regarding this road access. It is a single track road and a designated quiet lane and national cycle route with no pavement, few passing places, blind bends and blind hills. It is inappropriate for the numerous scheduled HGVs and would be a danger to vulnerable users. This is cause for refusal. The cumulative impact is overwhelming. 210 acres here, 86 acres by Enzo and 122 acres by Statcraft, all solar facilities pending adjacent to each other in Bramford and neighbouring parishes, will be overdeveloped. Our village will have no countryside left. This application clearly contravenes numerous policies in the local development plan. There is no exceptional reason for this development at this location. Cumulative impact and encroachment is of great concern and keeps being ignored. We ask that you listen to the community and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the Parish Council? No? Okay, so we'll move on to an objector, Mr. Derek Mayhew. If you would like to press the button and you'll have your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Light on. Oh, yes, I have. Yeah. Can I just say for start, I'm Derek Mayhew. I am a local resident, a member of Care Suffolk, and we actually live on the site in what I call the epicentre, I think, of the solar panels, surrounded on, if they go ahead, on 3 sides. But I speak today on behalf of Little Sage Hill Caravan and Camping Site at Copenhagen Cottage. This is a certified caravan and camping site with a total of 5 caravans and 10 tent pitches. Rebuttal letters in response to the case officer's recommendations have identified serious shortcomings in relation to the weight given in the planning balance to principles of development, amenity and tourism, land quality, landscape impact, highway safety, flood risk, protected species and heritage impact. The campsite is marketed as being a hideaway in the middle of beautiful Suffolk countryside and is described as follows on the Caravan and Camping Club website. Here in the beautiful Suffolk countryside you will find peace, quiet and abundance of wildlife and be surrounded by many and varied species of trees and plants. Copenhagen Cottage is located, as we've seen, close to the northern boundary of the site at a distance of 80 metres from the proposed solar panels, surrounded on 3 sides again, the same as we are. The camping and caravan site adjoins the garden areas to the east of the property. Simply put, the reason for operating a camping and caravan site in this location will be removed should this application be approved. The impact on amenity will be significant, at least significant, and the change in outlook for guests from open fields to solar panels threatens the very existence of this business as it will no longer be a tranquil rural tourist destination. The recommendation reached in the committee report has not sought to apply any weight to the planning balance, to the impact of proposals on this business, or the impact upon the rural economy should this visitor attraction be forced to close. We feel this is a serious oversight and the planning balance should be reassessed. In 2018, a settlement sensitivity assessment, which somebody else has talked about, was carried out by this very council in conjunction with 2 others. It separates the fringes of Bramford into 3 areas, area BF1 being relevant to this proposal. The assessment stated that the land is valued as a rural landscape setting to the village, which reinforces the location of the settlement within the Gipping Valley. And it goes on to conclude that this area is sensitive to development where it would appear visually prominent on the valley slopes. Exactly what this one is suggesting today. Development should not rise onto higher undulations or upper valley slopes, which would be uncharacteristic. Overall, this highly sensitive landscape is entirely inappropriate for a large solar farm. We ask councillors today to use their judgment and take note of the numerous objections from the community and parish councils. The need for renewable energy should not be automatically overriding environmental protections and the amenity of local communities. The planning balance reached in the committee report needs to be challenged as the negative impacts of the development, when viewed individually or cumulatively, outweigh the claimed public benefits of the development. The proposals are contrary to both national and planning policy and has requested the application be refused.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Mr Mayhew? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, could Mr Mayhew just clarify, reiterate, what was the document, Mid Suffolk document that you were quoting from?
The Mid Suffolk document was, I think the full details are in the full details of the document are in the submission that the planning consultant sent into the committee. I have
The late papers.
in the late papers.
Did you say it was in the late papers?
The one that came from Wilson and Wright, I think, courtesy of Copenhagen Cottage. The full details are in there, but it is a 2018 settlement sensitivity assessment. I think the same as one of the councillors was speaking of earlier.
Thank you.
Settlement sensitivity assessment, 2018 it was.
Do we know what the status of this document is? I'm looking to you, Gemma.
I think this is the one Bron had mentioned. I'm just scrolling through because there is a section that says how to use. There we go.
I can answer if you like.
Thank you.
It is an evidence document, a background evidence document to the emerging JLP, and as I explained a few moments ago, the opening sections of how to use the document says that none of the conclusions in the document should be used to either approve or refuse.
Does that help? Councillor Haddingham.
Thanks. This is probably to Bron or to Gemma, but and it might not even be relevant, but I'm just thinking about, this business here potentially, having no clients in the future. Where is the proposal formerly known as Snow Oasis, in this whole thing? Is it like 10 miles away, or is it vaguely in the location? Because that is going to involve a lot more jobs if it does indeed go ahead.
Might let Bron put the map up for that one if she's still... There we go.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I don't think I've got it on any of my images, so if you just bear with me and I'll get you a aerial view from Google. Give me a second.
You're mute again if you're saying anything, Bron.
Sorry. I was saying really interesting things as well. Let me do that again. Ty Lane, so currently in the centre of that, where the site is. You've got the Stirling, the tomato greenhouse. You've got the Port One development and the areas for Snow Oasis. So I'll just zoom that out so you can see the context.
It looks like it's about 2 miles.
Yeah,
You can do a quick measure if you'd like.
I have, Bron. I made it just short of 2, so pretty much bob on 2 miles.
Any further questions? Thank you. We're now, we don't have a supporter here. We do have the agent, Darren Cumming. If you'd like to have your 3 minutes, thank you.
Councillors, my name's Darren Cumming, and I'm here to speak on behalf of EDF Renewables, who are developing the Ty Lane solar farm. I've been involved in the Ty Lane project from the start and have helped formulate the project that is before you today. EDF Renewables is developing a number of renewable projects throughout the UK, including on and offshore wind, storage, hydrogen and solar farms such as Ty Lane. Renewables will help us move towards net zero, and Ty Lane will provide clean low carbon energy for over 14,500 Suffolk homes. We have chosen Ty Lane carefully in order to reduce the impacts of the solar farm on the environment and the local community. We've used a local Suffolk consultant to shape and guide our project in a sensitive manner. We have carried out a consultation exercise to ensure local people know about our scheme and have changed our scheme to try and take account of these views. I've personally visited some of the closest properties to the site and worked with our landscape advisors to land on the most appropriate mitigation to protect these properties. We've worked closely with your officers and are pleased that the application has been recommended for approval. We have also been keen to ensure we do everything that's been asked of us, which has included carrying out additional ecology surveys and also an extensive archaeological trenching exercise. We will deliver substantial landscape improvements to mitigate any impacts on the local area, as well as significant biodiversity net gain well above the required standard. EDF Renewables is an experienced developer that has constructed a number of renewables projects across the UK. As a developer, we do understand the concerns of the local community and individual residents. This means that we will work with the council, the parish councils and the local community to ensure we build our projects in the safest way possible. We'll do this by carrying out our construction in accordance with the detailed planning conditions and respecting the people who live near our project. We do care about our projects and the people who live near them and want to ensure that we have an extremely good working relationship. EDF Renewables will operate the solar farm for 35 years and offer a community fund of at least £20,000 a year throughout the life of the project. We will deliver the benefits that we say we will. We have a firm grid connection at the nearby Bramford substation, which will enable us to start generating clean, low-carbon electricity at Ty Lane in 2025. We believe that Ty Lane is an excellent site for a solar farm and strikes a balance between the need for low-carbon energy and the environmental and community impacts. I'd just like to thank the committee for giving me the time to talk today and appreciate the difficult job you have before yourselves. And I think that's 3 minutes, Chair.
Thank you. Well, according to my time, you're under 3 minutes, so well done. Do we have any questions of the agent? Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got two questions really. The first one really, nice simple one really. The community benefit is noted. It seems modest. Can it be inflation linked, please?
Through you, Chair. I work for EDF Renewables. I'm not their agent, but in terms of the community fund, that's £20,000 per annum. So over the life of the project, £700,000, and I'm not comparing anything to the other project that you have, but it's double what was proposed there, and that is linked to inflation throughout the term of that community fund.
you have another question?
Yeah. This is rather different. We've learned from news reports and so on that the grid has capacity difficulties at the local level and more widely. So presumably you've got an agreement with them basically to connect. So I'm wondering about the, are you able to proceed and connect this as soon as it's built, if you start building it shortly? And also, is that ability to connect likely to be constrained by putting in the transmission, essentially the transmission to London in particular, and that, how quickly that goes forward, and also if that transmission becomes an offshore, essentially offshore operation rather than the pylons which run through Bramford, will that affect those issues?
Through you again, Chair. We have a firm grid connection for the Bramford substation from National Grid, which is now currently for 2025. We did have an earlier date for that, but obviously it's taken time to bring the application before yourselves today, but that is a firm connection offer. In terms of the wider upgrades, that will not affect the availability of that grid connection. The connection offer we have with National Grid is for 2025.
Councillor Warboys.
Yes, Councillor Matheson sort of preempted me a little bit. You mentioned the Bramford substation. Whereabouts is it in Bramford? And how will will it be an underground connection to the substation, or?
The connection from the solar farm to Bramford substation is an underground cable across agricultural land to the south, which is part of this plan application, and will connect direct into the Bramford substation.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Elkin?
Thank you. Just coming back to Tie Lane, and we've seen that it's going to have bays at the side, and you sound confident that this is a good spot to build a large solar farm. I'm just slightly curious, in a single track tiny lane, what happens when a big lorry meets a towed caravan coming in the other direction? We've heard that there are bends on the lane, and it's clearly quite a sort of very tiny leafy route, so yeah. Good to hear about that.
I think that's a good point, Councillor, in terms of highway safety, and it's something that is very important to EDF Renewables. We want to carry out our projects in the safest way possible for local residents and users of Tie Lane. Obviously we have consulted with the County Council and sought improvements to Tie Lane to ensure that we can manage any transport conflict along there. In the use of passing bays, and also improving the access to the site, and also which would then lead up to Copenhagen Cottage. In terms of then the actual, when we start construction of the project, we would enter into a detailed traffic management plan with the council and ensure that that is carried out to the letter of that agreement, to ensure that we reduce any conflicts during when we're constructing that project.
Can I ask a?
Yeah, ask a second question.
Just for somebody who isn't used to sort of the plans that you mentioned, on the ground, what does that mean? If I'm driving my caravan away from the campsite, I can't reverse. What actually physically happens if I meet a big lorry bringing materials the other way? Thank you.
So during construction, the way we build our solar farms, we ensure that the local community, including local businesses, know when our deliveries are going to happen. That can either happen on our website or via a text message approach, so when people using those lanes can understand when there are likely to be bigger vehicles on. And clearly, as we know, that the Copenhagen Cottage Camps has got 5 caravans. From our perspective, we can manage that to ensure we can work closely with the operators of the campsite to ensure if people are coming in that we can manage that. And I've met the owners of Copenhagen Cottage and also given a commitment from EDF that during construction and the operational phase that we want to work with them and try and understand how their business works and how we can help ensure that our project doesn't have any impacts on them.
Thank you. Councillor Penny.
Yeah, further to your discussions with the owners of Copenhagen Cottage and their caravan and campsite, have you discussed with them any financial compensation for potential loss of revenue should they not be able to continue with their business?
We have, you know, I've given a commitment on behalf of EDF Renewables that if during construction that the campsite isn't, you know, if there are major issues, you know, in terms of use of that during construction, that we will seek to reach agreement with them over that. Whether that's a financial arrangement, it's something to be discussed. Obviously, you know, in terms of, you know, whether we get approval today, that will trigger those discussions with the operators of the campsite there. As I say, you know, we want to have a really good relationship with the communities that we build our projects in, hence the community fund and setting up a community liaison group during the construction phase and operational phase to manage the community fund. So it goes without saying that I will be, you know, should we be fortunate enough to get permission today, we'll be opening up a dialogue with the operators of the campsite there to ensure we minimise any impacts of our scheme on them.
Thank you. Anyone else got any questions? I've just got a couple of things I'd like to raise. Some of them may be more for the officers. In the previous application for a solar farm before lunch, there was a bit of a discussion about the fence. Is your solar farm going to have a fence all the way around it?
Yeah, it has a defence around it as the previous applications. It does incorporate the mammal gates to allow you know sort of the smaller wildlife to get through that and permeate through the site.
Thank you. And my other query relates to the proposed highway works with the new passing bays. Now, I'm looking to the officers here. Presumably there will be a timing issue to make sure that those passing bays are constructed before you have any major deliveries with HGVs. And I also think somebody mentioned, I think was it the parish or was it in one of the letters, that there's already been some people working on the site. So presumably the works that are already being carried out on the site are smaller vehicles. But is there some timing, going to be a time constraint on making sure we get the passing bays done first?
Yeah, it looks like it. I don't know, Rob might come in on top there, but the access works and off-site highway improvement works and the construction traffic management plan would both look to control that.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Hardingham.
Thank you. Yes, I've got a question about sheep. I note that the solar panels are only going to be 2.5 metres high at the top, 800 at the bottom. And there's been comments about that making it incompatible with sheep grazing. What's the reasons for lowering the panels? I would presume it's visibility and landscape. But does this mean that the site will not be grazed? And if not, how will the vegetation be controlled? Is there going to have to be regular mowing, trimming underneath the panels? How is it going to be managed?
In terms of the potential for grazing, the site will have potential for grazing. That is something that we will discuss with the current landowner, whether they wish to graze or whether if it's a requirement, and we think that's the best way to manage the vegetation on site. So the site can accommodate grazing from sheep. There's no issue with that in terms of the panels. And the point you raised there about why the panels are lower at 2.5 metres, that was exactly in a way to reduce the visual impact. When we originally launched this project, which is a long time ago during COVID. The panels were originally 3 metres in height, and we reduced that as in response to the consultation exercise we carried out. But just to reiterate, the site does have potential for grazing, and we will discuss that with the landowner, as I say, once our site becomes operational.
Did you want to come back on that?
In my experience with sheep, they're more than capable of putting their front hooves up on something that's only 800 millimetres high. So you will end up with sheep hoof prints on the panels, and they have quite hard hooves. I would suspect they might do some damage to the panels as well. So I would suggest that the sheep grazing might actually not be a realistic proposition.
Can I come back there through you, Chair?
If you've got a comment back.
Yeah, typically you would need the lower part of the minimum of 800 millimetres where the panel is closest to the ground. But that's what we are proposing here. So what we need to do is make sure that any electrical cables are properly sort of conduited and tucked away so the sheep can't sort of chew into those. But 800 millimetres is at the front of the panel is the recommended sort of height for sheep.
Councillor Warboys.
Yeah, I'm just quite curious. Having found out where Bramford substation is, I'm quite curious about how it's going to be connected up. If we could have, if Bran's still there, could we have slide 8 up? And I'll explain why.
Hello. Yep. Give me a second. 8, did you say?
8, I think it should. That's it. Back. Sorry. Oh, it's slide 8. Sorry, it's slide 8 on my display. That's it. It's slide 8 on my display. Yeah. The Bramford substation is the black one at the bottom, which is just labelled electricity substation on ours. And you're going to connect up with that with an underground cable across farmland. That on my map, I can see quite there are woods in the way, the roads. So how do you propose sort of restoring the landscape after the installation of the cabling? Will it be embedded in concrete like a high tension cable, or is it?
To you again. So in terms of the route, we've assessed the route and chosen the best route across that farmland to avoid any areas of woodland or any sensitive locations. Under the roads, we will directionally drill, so we won't actually dig up the roads that we cross. And in terms of a trench for the cable we're looking at, you probably it would be 1 metre or so wide in terms of putting the cable in there. So in terms of the restoration of the land following the putting of that cable would have very little impact on the farmland that we're proposing the cable.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Caston, have you got a question?
Yes, please, Chair. So this is an application of a change of land use from agricultural to solar farm. Would this affect your ability to put sheep on that land?
I mean, listen to what your planning officer say, but from our perspective, it doesn't make. I don't believe it makes a difference from a planning perspective. Agriculture is what is generally permitted development, so it wouldn't change, the status of putting any sheep on the land. I don't know whether the Bron or the other planner would like to say anything there.
Perhaps leave that one for Bron on the grazing topic if you're still with us. You're on mute, Bron.
Hello. Yes, I'm still here. Yeah, it's perfectly possible for both to coexist, and there wouldn't be any implication from a planning perspective in terms of the description of the development. If members felt concerned about that, we could use and we could agree a change of description, and we could go down a similar route as the Palgrave and ENSA applications and call it mixed use, if that would give you greater comfort, provided obviously that the applicant was willing to agree to that change.
Thank you. If there are no further questions of the agent, we'll now go to the ward member, Councillor James Caston.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, thank you. This is, I think, the most harmful of the Bramford solar farms. It's a lot more obvious, it's a lot more apparent than some of the other ones. But I would like to just talk to you, if you indulge me a little bit, about the land grading, the land quality, and what it actually means, because I know what we've heard from the inspector, but I think this needs to be taken a lot more seriously. So we've got 84 hectares on this site, and it's grade 3 and grade 3B. The 3B is 3B because it's intolerant to drought. So in an ordinary year, it probably would be producing about the same as the 3A. So we make three assumptions: that the world's population will continue to increase, and by 2050 will be 20% larger, the world population, and half of those live by this kind of system of food production. The quality land available is being used at the moment. To add more quality land to the pot, we need to either we need to take down habitat or biodiversity rich areas in other countries to produce more quality land, or we grow it on less higher quality land. We import 46% of our food in this country. I've done a few numbers with this because I think it's really important to understand what this looks like at the end. I've called this land able to produce 9 tonnes per hectare of wheat, which I think is quite conservative. On 3A land this year, I've produced 11 tonnes per hectare quite regularly, but we want to make it sensible through the through the bad years and the good years. So 9 tonnes produces 1.37 million loaves of bread. The less versatile land, like 3C, will probably do about just under 7 tonnes a hectare, and it will produce just over 1 million. It's got exactly the same carbon footprint per hectare. To fill the surplus, we need to find another 189 tonnes of wheat, which is 28 hectares, all which will have its own carbon footprint to produce less food. It's basically, land is a factory. It's an efficient factory, or it's not an efficient factory. So Syngenta did some, like them or love them, or hate them, sorry, did some work looking into carbon footprints per hectare of wheat, and they found out the best systems in the UK do about 2.7 tonnes of carbon per hectare. The EU's a little way behind. It takes more carbon to produce it. But importing from China and Russia quite often means that it's 9.1 tonnes of carbon per hectare of wheat that's grown, just because of the way they produce their fertiliser, the way they do anything. At best, in the best system, we produce another 76 tonnes of carbon per year by moving off this versatile land. And at the very worst, we import it at 255 extra tonnes of carbon to produce the same amount of loaves of bread on here. That's, over the life of this development, that's 10,000 tonnes of carbon that's come out of nowhere just because we're not putting solar farms on lower quality land. None of this will come under our carbon balance, will it? Because we're importing it. We're importing it from China and Russia. It will just be a tonne of wheat, the carbon on it. So it all works very well for net zero, importing more food from other places with a higher carbon footprint but not recording it. But I think you're all reasonably familiar with how these things work. But so that's the farming side of things. So the other side of things is like the sheep grazing. I think this sheep grazing is a bit of a myth. It's you put two different types of grass mixture into a field. You either put a ruminant grazing mixture or you put a recreational mixture. One grows very slowly and you don't have to cut it all the time. The other one grows like madness, and if the sheep were ever removed, you'd be cutting it all the time to try and stay on top of it. So from the very beginning, these planning applications, unless we specify ruminant grazing or similar grass at the start of it, it will be recreation. It won't be anything like the efficiency of a farm, and it won't be that good a quality. The other thing is, sheep are actually quite violent animals. They do break things. They push against things, like Councillor Hardenham, sorry, my apologies, has alluded to before. And all this cost has to be covered by the landowner. So if you're letting out the land for someone to put sheep on it, that needs to be covered. They could do £1,000 worth of damage in an afternoon. So that's just something that I've been looking at. So the Enzo appeal is quite important to this planning application. Everybody here is following it very closely. The wording of that. I think it's been quite unfair, the talk about agricultural practices and soil erosion and worms, the damage that modern agriculture does. I actually follow this farmer on social media, and they actually drill with one of Suffolk's very own Claydon drills, which is a zero-till drill. They drill straight into the stubble. They don't turn it over. They spread compost from our brown waste plant. They grow like legume and herbal lays. You know, farming is very different. I think the inspector's been very unfair with how he's talked about farmers there. But what I wanted to talk to you is about the different parts of that appeal, the results of that appeal. We heard about tourism, and Bron said about that was covered, and that was paragraph 63 of there. No one can really argue that tourism will be seriously affected by this site, but the actual wording that the inspector uses is, because this is a relatively small solar development, that's the reason why he doesn't believe that it would dissuade visitors from visiting. This is a very large one. This is 85 hectares. You know, we can't look at that and treat that in exactly the same way. This is different. You know, it's 4 times the size. The other ones in there was the paragraph 36 and 35 and 37 to some extent. I know you can't look at these while I'm saying them, but I'll give you a rough summary of what they are. The visual receptors, citing the fact that the backdrops and filtering would mitigate the impact. There are a few of these in the application. This open aspect is really significant to the landscape character. So this application is the opposite to what he's talking about there. You know, it's open, it's not covered. Paragraph 39, the proposal does not affect the character and topography, meaning the rider views would be fleeting rather than seen in total. This, to me, is in total. So again, in paragraph 39, it's the opposite to what the inspectors said on the solar farm. I don't believe that the result of the appeal means that everything has to be looked at in exactly the same way as the Enzo application. I think we can, especially if there's going to be a lot of these solar farms, I think we need to really look at them and take out the bad ones. And if we go to appeal and we're allowing solar farms, but we're picking out certain solar farms for certain reasons, then we can still refuse them. That will work. And I'm not against solar farms, because on lesser quality land, I think they're fantastic. All those lines from the Norwich to Tilbury lines that are going in and the existing ones can connect onto this. We're basically supplying, Mid Suffolk's now supplying power to Norwich and Tilbury, generating it on our fields. It's our fields and their energy. We can look anywhere down that line and find bad land and put solar farms on, attach them onto that Norwich to Tilbury line, just like the previous application. And also, we've got to expect, because of this Norwich to Tilbury, this East Anglia Green they used to call it, we've got to expect this to turn into a much bigger solar farm application situation, because they will have twice the capacity, or greater times the capacity. So anyway, if I just don't want to see us approving everything, because I think then we're an open door, we're a green light to all this solar farm. As a landowner, I get a one letter a week saying, do you want a solar farm on your land? And most of the farmers that I've spoken to around are getting exactly the same thing. There will be supply of solar farms on a long enough timeline. But also, I'll just very quickly, sorry, Chair, I know I don't want the time limit to have to be brought in just because of me today. But I just want to say about the industrialisation of this area. It will bring about permanent features. In the appeal, we've heard how the pylons make it more acceptable to have solar farms. Solar farms make it more acceptable to have other developments. So we do have to really watch that. And putting solar farms in the wrong place will damage the public image of solar farms. We want to work with people, and we want to take them with us and say, look, this is fantastic. We're going to be more energy independent. We're going to need to rely on oil less. There's so many great things that come with solar generation. So I just don't want to see it given a bad name and them put in the wrong place so that people are fed up with them before they've even started. So I will stop talking then. I apologise that I went on a bit, Chair. I'm happy to take questions.
Well, it was interesting to hear your figures actually about the productivity of land, because we don't, we're not farmers, we don't know stuff like that. So that was quite interesting. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of Councillor Caston?
You're just thinking, don't let him talk again.
No, I think they. Thank you very much. We now need to open this item up for debate. So, anybody like to say anything? Councillor Hedingham.
Thank you. I just want to say I think James has got a good point. Do we have to say yes to everything? And surely if this is not the right place, then we can say no to a few of them. I think this is the wrong place. I so feel for those poor people at Copenhagen Cottage and the campground. It's just, it looks like a disaster. I agree with James what he's saying about, we're kicking this into the long grass if we think we're actually doing good for the environment, because we're not in the long term. It might not be on our little tally sheet, but it's certainly going on in the world, and that should make some difference. So that is my opinion at the moment.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I want to first start with some comments, really, more generally. I think today and the previous time we discussed solar farms, we are now learning more about the detail, the implications, and so on. And I think that Councillor Caston has contributed quite well to that. I certainly hadn't thought about the, which type of grass kind of question. And I think that if the area planning manager will just take those thoughts on board about the grass in terms of the biodiversity that we're looking to achieve through this. I mean, there's a very different result if you start off with a meadow and stick a solar farm on a meadow which is full of mixed herbage, I think we call it, Nick, and that sort of thing. And whereas Councillor Caston talking about, do we sow this grass or that grass into an arable field? And that's a very interesting thing that I hadn't thought about before. So that's useful, and I think that works both in terms of the biodiversity directly and also the the effect on the soil quality, which I think we've started to isolate as a separate condition. I think that those are two general learning points I just wanted to emphasise, actually. Apart from that, yes, this is a very big scheme, and I talked on the previous one about, well, we can't sort of draw a line once we've produced enough electricity for Suffolk. We have got advantages in producing it for other people, but that feeds into the transmission argument, as I said earlier. So there needs to be sensible limits. And the other thing about the learning curve is we're having to learn very fast. We might have had a lot of time to learn gradually about more and more about how to get good housing development, but with this stuff, we've gone from no solar farms to lots of applications, all too quickly. I'm sure we're grateful to the particular planning officer with us today for doing a lot of the learning on it as well, which she's specialised in. But I really, it's hard to see strong enough reasons to object to this one. I think that the landscape cumulative impact argument is going to come to bear pretty soon here, because I think there's another one, is there, or two in the vicinity already that we know about, Gemma?
There's definitely one, isn't there?
Another one.
The Statcraft, I think it's called Statcraft, that is already within the planning system, or is that only at the environmental impact stage?
I think that was just scoping.
Maybe Bron can help there.
Yeah, so there's another
sorry, the
possibilities.
Statcraft application is in and running.
So does that mean we can take the cumulative impact of that into consideration in our determination of this?
No, that's what. Sorry, well, that's not what I'm saying about that. That's a slightly different point. What I'm talking about is another one of the things that we don't have the tools to deal with, and that's sequential development. If this is the worst, the least suitable out of 4 in the area or something, of which one's already done, do you see the problem that if Councillor Caston is right and this is a particularly poor site, do we risk refusing this one because we think the next one coming down the road will be better? But we haven't really got the sequential policy to say we think we prefer the next one to this one. We can't really do that. So, this all makes it quite difficult, but that is things that we need to think about.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham.
Yeah, well, I've just been thinking about and jotting down a list of things about this particular application. For a start, for the land area, it has an extremely long perimeter. It's on, it's very spread out, relatively thin. It's on rolling countryside, so that it's actually highly visible. The general presumption for solar farms that they're better on plateau land where views are less extensive. We've got the question of impact on tourist business. We've got the impact on Tie Lane and the enjoyment of local residents and visitors in using Tie Lane for cycling and walking and horse riding. There are quite significant impacts on the public right-of-way network. There have been comments on the potential damage to Miller's Wood, which is an important landscape asset, ancient woodland, because the I accept that they're planning to take the cable underneath it, but maybe there is still some potential impact. Some of the neighbours, in particular Copenhagen Cottage and Rutters Farmhouse, are going to be severely hemmed in by the development. We've got question marks as to whether or not sheep grazing and agricultural production is genuinely achievable on this site with the height of the panels. And we've got the skylark question as well. So, in my opinion, there are cumulative impacts of this development which make it relatively undesirable compared to, for instance, the one that was allowed by the inspector, Mr. Cullen Parker. I also note that Mr. Cullen Parker has recently refused a solar farm application on appeal. So the precedent is not all one way.
Thank you. Anyone else like to contribute? Councillor Warboys.
Yes, I think I must thank Councillor Castle's comments too. I've sort of been playing around with figures at times too in terms of comparing food and energy. And I haven't come to any definitive answers yet, but the trend seems to be that more households will benefit from the energy produced than the actual food is grown. But as I said, I'm open to challenge some of that. Is this the right place? In my feeling, there are arguments in favour of it, in that we have a cluster of solar farms together and substations, rather than sort of dotting them round the landscape, keeping them together, and the connectivity, which is crucial to these developments, in one place. So I think there are arguments in favour of this being the right place. It's certainly the right time, because that's the other factor in this. We are suffering from an energy crisis, which is driving along other factors, including importing gas rather than from Russia or around the world. And the fact that this can be producing energy in 2 years' time and feeding into the national grid, reducing reliance on gas and oil and imported energy sources is a very important consideration. And it's certainly, I think, the driving force behind the government's stance on bringing forward solar arrays. I don't like seeing green fields being taken up for industrialisation, if you like, of the landscape of introducing solar farms. But I grew up in West Yorkshire. West Yorkshire is part of the Industrial Revolution. Not far from where I grew up, there's Bretton Hall. Next to Bretton Hall, there was an open cast coal mine. This was acres and acres, and I remember that being ripped up and for coal, and decades later, that land has been reinstated. This is a temporary installation. It's 5 years. From my point of view, it's probably a permanent installation, but nevertheless, it is a temporary installation, similar to the open cast mines in Yorkshire, which were a long time ago now, 50 years ago. We have so we have an opportunity to approve the application, which will go towards meeting, if you like, the government's targets. one of the figures that is banded around is if the government achieves all of its target of electricity produced by solar farms, it will still only have a very minor impact on the available agricultural land. Less impact than golf courses. And no one at the moment is talking about turning golf courses into allotments to resolve our food crisis. We import 50% of our food. We also export food. And that's, I think, a debate for a different forum. It's too complicated, if you like, to think of it in terms of we're going to resolve this in a planning meeting. I'm tempted to feel that we should be approving this application. We know what the decisions of the planning inspectorate are. I think in lots of ways it is in the right place. There are impacts on local industry, and I read the letter from the caravan site, and I thought there are genuine concerns and anxieties there, but we've heard from the developer, and they are prepared, they are open to negotiation with local businesses in order to sort of look at how they can sort of help them. We do have a very quite a romantic view of the landscape. I mean, I live in the middle of a sort of rural landscape, which is going to have pylons marching across it perhaps at some time in the future. It's not a quiet place. You have agricultural machinery, you have work going on in the middle of the night sometimes. So, and again, you have roads, the lane itself will be sort of subject to agricultural vehicles going up and down it, which are, from my perspective, very much HGV vehicles. So I'm tempted to think we should be approving this application. It does have impact. I think we're going a long way towards minimising that impact. We do need to do more research. We have got our local plan coming forward, and we do need to develop our policy with regard to solar farms and infrastructure projects generally. But we're not at that situation yet. And this is a live project which can be providing electricity in 2 years' time.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
I would like to take up and support Councillor Caston's comments. This is a scheme that, in my feeling, we should actually stand up, be counted and object to. And if you're looking at the appeal which was granted, the inspector in paragraph 42, when he's considering negative cumulative impact, he says, whilst noting the concerns of interested parties as to other proposals coming forward for solar farms in the area, the surrounding fields are still in traditional agricultural uses, such as arable farming. It would be for the council to consider proposals on those if or when they arise. There would not be, so he's allowing us to make decisions and consider the cumulative impact, of which this is another scheme, and his comment then goes on to say there would not be a proliferation of solar farm developments arising as a result of this scheme. So he uses that weight to grant the appeal, but he's not expecting there to be a proliferation of solar farms. Why? Why does he make that comment? If he's not expecting us to take in consideration the cumulative impact of other farms in the area, solar farms in the area. And we've already heard that there's significant landscape impact. And I think we've got full justification for refusing this on both cumulative and landscape impact. Thank you.
Councillor Penny, did I see your hand go up?
Yes, I was just going to emphasise a concern that's already been aired, that due to the nature of the terrain in East Anglia, we could become the energy producer for the rest of the country. And I'm concerned that we do end up with more than our fair share. I don't see them being a feature of the landscape on the prairie that is the Cotswolds, for example, or other parts of the country. And I do have concerns that if we approve too many of these applications, then we will, as has just been said, we will be swamped with applications.
Councillor Matheson?
Reflecting on what Councillor Hardingham said particularly, you can't always get enough from the photographs. I've occasionally driven through Little Blakenham and these villages here, and I think this is probably the time when we should go and have a look, actually. So I'd be interested to hear what other people think, but I think we should actually have a site visit, go and have a look, because that will give us a better opportunity of trying to get our heads around whether this is the second best site in the area, or whether it's going to be the fourth or fifth best site in the area, let alone the other places like Palgrave, like Badley, which we know, and others that are on the list. So I propose a site visit.
So that's a formal proposal.
That's a formal
for
proposal.
a site
of course, it'll
visit.
have to get a seconder, otherwise it can fall.
Councillor Haddingham.
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. Well, has everyone spoken other than me about this? Or did you want to come in, Councillor Elkin, before I put my little pen of...
I hadn't, because I was listening to everyone else, and it's a really difficult one, and I think a site visit would be really helpful in this particular case, so I won't take up everyone's time with saying more. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, we've got a proposal for a site visit with a seconder. And I'd just like to say, I think, again, we are in a very difficult position. And I do think, I welcome your comments, Councillor Caston, because it certainly made me think about what you're saying about importing food. But of course, that does have to be offset with importing energy or importing fuel from overseas. So I think it's a bit of swings and roundabouts, really. And I think I share a lot of my thoughts with Councillor Warboys in that I think it's very difficult for us to determine whether this site is better than another site or worse than another site. But one thing I have noticed about this site, in contrast with the Palgrave site, where we saw that the applicant had made considerable inroads from the edge of the plot of land to try and mitigate for the residential properties. And yet this site, that we seem to have got on our little maps, that blue shading where the panels are going to go, right up to the boundary of Copenhagen Cottage and right up to the boundary of Rutters Farm. Now maybe if they put a little bit of consideration and had a sort of exclusion zone or whatever you want to call it around those residential properties, maybe that might have made it slightly more acceptable. And I do feel for the caravan site. Maybe I'm a bit like Bron, and maybe I'd actually want to go to a caravan site and go and investigate some solar panels, but that's the engineer in me. I'm sorry, I'd be interested in going to look at the structure and the materials. Given that I did actually do some work on solar panels long ago, not that it came to any fruition, but I would actually be quite interested to go and investigate a load of solar panels. So maybe I'd be one of the ones who'd actually want to go to a campsite just so I could go and look at them. So there will be people like me and Bron who actually want to go and look at solar panels. But yeah, I do think maybe a little bit more consideration of those pulling away from the residential properties. And actually, the access road to this campsite will go right up that track through the middle of the site. There's also a public footpath through the sort of western portion of the site. that looks like it's very hemmed in with solar panels. Great for us engineers who want to go and look at how it's made, but maybe not so good for people who want to appreciate the countryside. So maybe I'd actually almost like to do what we've done for the Palgrave one and ask them if they'll pull back from the edges a little bit. But anyway, we've got a proposal for a site visit, which has been seconded. So we'll just hear if Councillor Elkin's got anything more to say.
Is it okay just to ask a question to the officers?
Yep.
If we're going to have a bit of a pause, I just had we've heard about different types of grass use, and I'd be really interested to know if solar farms need to be kept short, because if not, the government, a different bit of government policy is paying landowners to put various different grass mixes which have sort of high levels of wildflower, you know, AB8 and things like that. If something like that, could something like that work in a solar farm? There are restrictions on how often they can be mown or grazed, so they do get quite long. But in terms of the biodiversity impact, it could be quite substantial to have 90 hectares of that. So it was just a technical question whether that works or not.
Might have to defer to EDF, which we might come to Councillor Mansell and Ian if we're happy to do that. I think just to pick up on the types of grass that Councillor Caston raised earlier, we do have the landscape management plan, so we would expect that as part of that soil management and grazing plan. We would expect to be confirming what sort of grass is going on there. In terms of height, Bron might know. I don't know if we intend to ask that question to the applicant.
I think we can, yes.
So are you intending to ask them now, or
are we members? Do you need that information beforehand, or we come back to that
or can it be something that you go back to them after we've had the vote on the site visits?
Yeah, happy to do that. We can ask and come back to you.
Yeah. And actually, whilst I've got the floor, can I also make the comment that given that we've deferred the Palgrave application, and we're about to arrange a site visit for this application, and we do have our emerging joint local plan, which might carry more weight by the time these both come back to committee, should the site visit proposal go ahead. And we'll now that LP 25 or whatever it was called did talk about assessing other sites. So how would that materialise if we're now saying that perhaps some of us think that this isn't the most suitable site? Will that if LP 25 carries more weight next time we discuss it, will we be expecting the applicant to have explained why this site is better than the others?
So yes, what we've asked on all applicants as we've been going through gradually is said to them, JLP is emerging, you need to answer this. We need a statement from you that goes through how you think you comply, and this would be no different should we be in that position. I did have a brief look through earlier. I don't think that there was anything that made me think, oh, that's a problem under this one. Perhaps a little bit more information here and there to comply with the JLP expectations, and that would be the next step, assuming that the JLP's move forward by the time we come back after a site visit, if that's what you choose to do.
Thank you. Do we have any further comments before we go to the vote on the proposal for a site visit?
I don't know if we're allowed to do this. I'm just thinking, whilst you might have us all in the coach, would it be worth also going to Palgrave and possibly to look at what we know is coming up in the system, other sites? Or are we not allowed to do that? We've just got to go to one place.
Chair, I see no problem of going around the other sites around this site in terms of Statcraft, possibly even the substation, if that's things you would all like to see. Palgrave, I think we might need to make a decision on that one.
There might be some arguments about irrelevant considerations.
Yeah, so very happy to ask Bron to go around this area, but I would keep it to this site. Great.
So we would be able to incorporate visiting the Statcraft proposal and the ENSO site and the substation because of the cumulative impact on this area. Right, are we happy with that, the proposer and seconder for the site visit? So if no one else has got anything to say, I'll ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote. If you'd just like to, presumably we're reading out that we're going on a site visit, or do we have to specify what we're going on the site visit to look at?
No, we don't need to do that. I've just changed the vote to say that a site visit be undertaken in respect of, and the application will return to committee. Vote is in progress, members. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 8 votes for the site visit, so that will go ahead. Members, I will speak to the case officer tomorrow and we'll send some information around about possible dates then.
Thank you. So we've still got another couple of smaller applications to deal with, but I'm going to propose that we have a 10-minute comfort break. So can we meet back here at 4:20, and we'll try and get through those other two applications. We don't have to Right, welcome back. We have got 2 more applications to do. So we are now on item 7D, DC 23-02385, 10 Silver Street, Old Newton. And I will now invite the case officer, Nikita Mossman, to introduce the application to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. So this is application DC 23-02385 at 10 Silver Street in Old Newton, Stowmarket. The proposal is for the erection of a single-storey side extension and a new entrance porch. The reason this application has been brought to committee is as the site is on council-owned land. So this is the site location plan showing the site in its context. It is a predominantly residential area and has Silver Street running along the west of the site and Faulkner Avenue on the east. This is the aerial map also demonstrating the site in its residential context. Here is the constraints map showing the settlement boundary line in brown. This also shows that the site is within a medium to high density residential area which has many council owned properties in the vicinity which are highlighted in purple. These are the existing elevations showing the canopy structure in place on the west elevation, which is proposed to be replaced by the new front porch. On the south and east elevation drawings, you can see an existing conservatory that is to be retained. These are the proposed elevations, which show the flat roof construction of both the porch and the extension. It also shows the proposed materials, which are fibre cement cladding on the walls with a brick plinth and a single ply flat roof membrane on the roof. This shows an existing floor plan on the left and the proposed floor plan on the right, which shows the size of the proposed extension and the porch, as well as the distance the extension would be from the neighbouring boundary. Moving on to site photos, the left shows the existing front elevation and the relationship between the dwelling and the neighbouring property as part of a semi-detached pair. The right shows the existing closed boarded fence which adjoins the dwelling. The picture on the left is a view of the area behind the existing fence and where the proposed extension would be situated. The picture on the right shows the rear of the dwelling as well as the existing conservatory. The side extension is proposed to be in line with the rear of the dwelling. The picture on the left shows the boundary fence to the south of the site, which the side extension would be facing onto, and the picture on the right shows the rear garden area, which gives context of the scale of the site. The dwelling can only be accessed via a footpath, which is shown in the picture on the left, and the footpath is lined with mature hedging along the side closest to Silver Street, and the other side is fenced, which marks the boundary line of the site. The picture on the right shows the view from the dwelling onto the footpath. As there is no on-site parking available for the dwelling, this picture shows the shared parking bays, which is to the north of the site. And the red arrow shows the entrance to the footpath, which leads to the dwelling. In summary, all the consultee responses that we have received have raised no objection, subject to condition, and we have also not received any local representations. Based on the details set out in the report, the recommendation is to grant planning permission with conditions set out in page 168 of the bundle. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the officer? Councillor Matheson's grinning at me.
Yeah, it used to be a tradition that when an officer came to the committee for the first time, that the chair welcomed them. But I would do that on her behalf in this time. Yeah, welcome to the planning committee. Nice to see you. Yeah, my question really though is just one of puzzlement, which is probably not even a planning question really, is why, if this is a council house, which it manifestly was on the plans a moment ago and is because that's why it's here, why is the private householder and their agent applying to build this extension on our council house?
I believe that the applicant has a growing family and just wants to be able to stay in the house, so they just require some more living space to accommodate the family that currently lives there.
slightly surprised because it's not an extra bedroom, but be that as it may, if this is effectively the housing department bringing this forward. Are you here from the housing department? No, okay. Then, yeah, fine, okay, that answers my question.
Councillor Penny.
I'd just like to ask if this is a normal occurrence where extensions are built onto council houses?
I think so. I think, yeah, that they can apply. We've had a few applications where they want extensions on council houses, so I think it is something they can do.
Yeah, thank you.
To add that, as members are aware, obtaining planning permission isn't always the end of the story, that the council as housing authority needs to, and landlord needs to agree to anything like this, and that would actually still be the case if it was a right to buy property, because under the standard covenants, major changes need to be agreed by the council wearing its landowner hat. But I did, after we spoke in briefing, Nikita and I have spoken to housing officer colleagues, and they are aware of this. This isn't going to come as a horrible surprise to them, so we don't need to say anything more than that, that there is the job of the planning committee is to decide whether this is a proper use of the land and an acceptable development.
So I take that should we be granting planning permission, it would then be up to the householder to liaise with the housing department before they can actually start any work. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, can I just ask about the construction management and the parking area, because clearly this is an older style estate where I would imagine the parking provision is fairly restricted for modern day car ownership, and we need to be very clear that when the builders drop off any building materials, they're only there temporarily, and then they obviously have to access the site via the footpath and then take their vehicle away so that they're not occupying the parking spaces for the other residents. And presumably that will be incorporated in our construction management plan. Anyone else got anything to say? Okay. We do not have anything from the parish council or an objector or a supporter. We don't have the applicant. One of the ward members has got a written statement. So I'll just read out the comment from Councillor Rachel Eburn, who has said that this application is before committee as it is owned by Mid Suffolk District Council. I would like to reiterate the Parish Council's concerns that due to there being no immediate road access to the property, a careful construction management plan will need to be implemented to prevent disturbance to neighbours and allow safe access of materials. So that was from Councillor Rachel Eburn, and we haven't had anything from Councillor Janet Pearson. I'll now open the item up for debate. Councillor Haddingham.
I thoroughly agree with what Councillor Eburn says about the construction programme, but I'm very happy with this and happy to propose that we go along with the recommendation.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Penny? Does anybody else have anything to comment on? So as long as we make sure that that construction management plan is carefully worded, I think we can, and that's already in your list of conditions. Thank you. So I will now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic votes.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is ready for you. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 8 votes for. That's unanimous.
Thank you. So we now move to item 7E, DC 230318, Gateway 14, land between the A1120 and the A14, Creating St Peter. I will now invite the case officer, Avril Gowdy to introduce the application to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So the application before us today is for advertisement consent for 4 signs at Gateway 14, and the application is retention of, as you'll see, the signs are in situ. So just a reminder, I'm sure most of you know where Gateway 14 is, on the edge of Stowmarket. You've got the A1120 running to the western boundary, Cedars Park to the north, Tesco's, McDonald's, the A14, Clamp Farm Barns, and Muntons and the Best Western Hotel to the south. And the site location plan that's for the whole of the Gateway 14 development. In terms of constraints, the site's obviously outside the settlement boundary, but you've got 2 Grade 2 listed buildings at the Clamp Farm Barns complex to the southeast. And in terms of the site plan submitted with the application, you've got, just for some context, the yellow shading to the south is plot 4000, the range, which has got permission, is currently under construction. And you've got plot 2000 to the north, which we currently have a pending reserve matters application in for. And then in terms of the location of the sign, you've got 1 sign adjoining the range site for the range. You've got a further sign to the north, and the remaining, those 3 signs are for marketing purposes of the rest of the Gateway 14 development. Just for clarification, because the signs are referred to as the respective zones, and the planning permission refers to the plots, just sort of for clarity, that Zone 1 refers to plot 1000, Zone 2 also refers to plot 1000, which is the green and the light blue, and then you've got Zone 3, which is plot 2000, and Zone 4 is plot 3000. And just to run through the signs, so the signs are 4.5 metres high, measuring 4 metres by 3 metres, and they're composite boards on steel posts. So this is the range sign. And then on the other side of Gateway Drive, you've got the sign for Zone 1 and 2, and that's got the same dimensions. And the same with the Zone 3 sign and Zone 4 sign. And then a couple of photos showing the signs in situ. So this is facing southeast along Gateway Boulevard. You can see you've got the range sign on the right-hand side of the road and the other sign on the left. And you can't quite make out the ones in the distance, but that's the range. And then facing the one that adjoins plot 2000. And then the other 2 either side of Gateway Drive. So the recommendation is to grant advertisement consent with the standard advertisement consent conditions, with a further condition requiring that each respective sign is removed following occupation of the respective zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
I can understand the need for the advertisement signs for 2, 3 and 4 because they haven't got developers, people, the range are known to be occupied that site. Why does it need advertising?
I don't know why they've chosen to advertise it. Obviously, it's currently under construction, and we are requesting that once they occupy that building, which I believe we're looking at possibly the end of the year, that they take that sign away because they don't need it. And then if the range building wants its own signage, obviously that will be subject to a separate application.
Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, it suddenly strikes me that I'd better just declare an interest as definitely non-Mercurian. It's just as I'm a director of the Mid Suffolk Holdings Limited, which actually is the owner of the immediate owner of Gateway 14 Limited. I don't know what the legal advisor would like to say about that. And Mid Suffolk Holdings owns Gateway 14 and the other companies. Worth putting it in the minutes, perhaps, but yeah.
I can't hear. What is the decision about?
Sorry, am I switched on now? I think we're recalling we have had this crop up before, predictably, and given Gateway 14's making of applications, and we've taken between us recalling instances where members who had this kind of involvement have declared it but remained and participated. The same appears to be.
Happy with that,
yes.
then? You can stay, Councillor Matheson. Does anyone else have any questions? Just following on from Councillor Lawrence's comment about, I too had the, why are we advertising when we've already sold or leased that plot? This is a retention, so this is a sort of retrospective application. Do we know how long those signs have actually already been erected? Have they been there for before we, sold to the range?
I believe they've probably been up about 10 weeks, maybe. Yeah. So
I guess they just want to show that that they've got a plot and that they've sold it. Maybe that's part of an advertising campaign, but that's not really a planning matter. That's a sort of marketing matter, I guess. Anyone else got anything to say? Okay, so I don't think we've got the parish council or an objector or a supporter or an agent or a ward member, so we can open this item up for debate. Councillor Haddingham.
Hi, I'm happy to go along with the officer's recommendation for approval.
We have a seconder for that proposal, Councillor Warboys. Does anyone wish to speak about the application? Councillor Lawrence.
I'd like to object to the sign for the range. Not as an identified need. I think it's disappointing the development of that size and things that's being done to even hear they've been up 10 weeks already without having applied for planning. It can't be ignorance on their part. And I think as a point of principle, we should refuse the range sign and accept the other three.
But we don't have that option. We either have to accept all four of them or none of them. But I agree with you. I think it's very disappointing that our Gateway 14 Mid Suffolk Holdings, or whoever it is who's put this up, who's actually in charge of the site, hasn't got planning permission before they erected the signs. But I guess that's just like any other applicant. That's not a reason to refuse it. But maybe that can be noted and sent back to the applicant. That it's disappointing that even our own companies can't do things in the right manner. But does anyone else have any comments on the planning application? But yeah, we either have to accept all four of them or none of them. So that's what you're going to vote on. We've got a proposal and we've got a seconder. So unless anyone's got any further comments, we will ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 7 votes for and 1 against.
Okay, thank you. So The final item on the agenda is item 8, which is site inspections, and we have now got a site inspection request for the previous application. So the governance officers will be in communication about when that will be. And it's a long time since we've had a site inspection, and the parish council and some of the objectors were asking me what the protocol was, and I couldn't actually remember. So as long as we have a look at it and make sure who's allowed to come, and they were asking, I know the parish council can come, but I'm not sure about anybody else. So we've got that to come, so look forward to a nice day out in Bramford. And I can now formally close the meeting at 16:42, nicely in time for the 17:21 train.